there a Wi-Fi?
Right there.
Yeah, do. There's another one. There's a check-in sheet.
Tomorrow we want to plug
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name's Rich J. Run. I'm also a GIS Colorado adjunct board member. Thank you again for hosting. The county and the city. It's been a pleasure for me to get out of Denver, out of my home office, and hang out with like individuals. I do a lot of work at AGO internally in my company, Econ. We're based global. I'm a GIS analyst, do some business development as well. I do AGO for to support collaboration within project teams and a lot of fields. I can show you guys what I do on a break live because I've already got it set up on my phone. Do that, and that might help for this afternoon stuff too.
Thanks. Peter Horgan, I live just over my pass in Gunnison, with the search department for Chesapeake Land Trust. And I've used ArcGIS Online a decent bit. With that said, I just finished a little side project that required me to use it for several hours, so as of recently, not a quick bit. So looking forward to doing some more skills on it today.
I'm Deb Wilson, and in my real life, I am a GIS developer for the city of Trenton, and we have a pretty extensive ArcGIS Online presence as well as an open data site and so forth. I'm also an adjunct board member, and like Wayne, I'm headed to retirement.
Today lunch will be on our own. Now we'll break, I guess, at around noon.
Yeah, whenever we have a logical pointer, I mean.
Right, yeah. But I hope everybody gets a lot out of this. I manage 3 counties online parcel viewer down in San Luis Valley. And AGOL has come a long, long way, and it's really, really very, very easy to use. And the most important thing in my mind is that it's so easy to update and keep things current. And if you set yourself up right, you can have many, many applications with the same data. So when you update that data and shove it up, it populates every application you have that's using those particular layers. And that's what I find so useful. It makes it so easy, in essence, to manage 3 counties online, their AGOL online. And once a month, I update parcel layer for each county and shove it up, and it's done. And it's also done for the other applications that we use with other contractors and things like that. So I hope you'll enjoy it. It's where it's going, in essence,
I think so. All right, just a quick check, everyone online. Could you give me a thumbs up or maybe type something in the chat? Can you hear everything? And can you see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes and yes.
Fabulous, okay.
Can they talk? They ask questions or
Yeah, you all should be able to talk. I have.
unmute yourself, I guess, is what I'm trying to ask.
Oh, you didn't?
We haven't had a coffee yet. So.
Yeah, I know it's a little awkward having some online and some people virtual, but virtual people want you to get as much out of this as possible. So please feel free, chime in if you have any questions, and this goes for everyone in the room as well. I guess we should probably just start. I'm going.
Well, is everyone able to get on the internet that needs to be on the internet right now? Because I'm not, and that's not a big deal for me, but the rest of the class?
I'm on the internet, but I'm not gonna have a license to use Viau.
Oh, I got you covered.
Jennifer didn't get the data apparently.
What was I can forward it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I need it too,
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Rich.
because I didn't see it.
Or if you've downloaded it, put it on a USB.
Or there you go.
Never mind.
See any folder on that, yeah.
This is where you being a real instructor actually pays.
I've done this once or twice, yeah. All right, so if anyone did not get the data downloaded, yeah, I was saying this before we started having our technical bugs. Go ahead and just reply to that email chain or send something to Rich or Pete or myself. You should have one of our emails. Let us know you don't have it, so we'll get that to you. Otherwise, yeah, I think we might as well
Did you get it from where?
go ahead and get going here.
USB. So what network are we supposed to be using?
Right up there on the back, it's
I
the
know.
Verizon deal.
Oh, there we go.
Drive.
Oh, yeah, it always gives some, yeah, if you plug it in, it should work though. It does that to me too, I don't know, yeah, it's because I unplug it without doing the little eject thing.
You know what, we'll make this a little faster, I'll send you emails, okay, just a sec here. Hey Jen, what's your email?
Let's do J Murdoch,
J,
MURDOCK at coloradoopenlands.org. The longest email ever.
All right, well, I hope everyone did their homework and brought a question or problem or something you'd like to see.
yeah.
I mean, I guess we might as well get going. I think we got everyone pretty much. Close the door. Otherwise I think we're okay.
Not .co, just .co.
You want this closed?
I don't know. We can leave it open. It doesn't matter to me. Whatever everyone wants.
For ventilation.
All right, well,
Anybody else need the data?
Yeah.
I think that's not described, it work. It does work? Yeah, okay,
Yeah, I'll take that.
just two, cover.
all right. Well, why don't we get going since we're already a little behind schedule here? Again, thank you everyone for joining us. Thanks for those of you that made the trek down here to Salida, and thanks for those of you that are hanging in with us at home.
Did you start recording?
I did start recording, yes. Yes, we are recording. All right, yeah, so my name is Nick Viau. I work for a company called Allpoints GIS. I live in Eagle County in Gypsum, and I've been doing GIS in the natural resource management space for 12 or 13 years now. I'll talk a little bit more about my own experience in a minute here. Let's see if I can.
Anybody else need this?
All right. For those of us here in the building, just a little housekeeping stuff, emergency exits. I think we go down to the end of the hall here, there's an emergency exit, or if you go out and either way down, we can get out. Bathrooms, if you haven't already found them, they're just down this hall and to the left, and they're right there. There's also a water fountain with a bottle filling station there. So just a quick spiel about my company. Like I said, I work for a company called Allpoints GIS. We're a small, privately owned firm based out of Denver. We do a lot of work with federal government contracting, local state government contracting. I myself do a lot of work with the U.S. Forest Service, with different land conservation agencies. Company's been around for 25, 26 years now, something, do the math. I show this slide a lot in pretty much every class I teach. If any of you have ever taken a class with me before, you've probably heard this spiel. But basically, I just like to say that GIS takes a village. For those of you that have used it, it's very complicated software. Even the online version, which is simpler, which we'll see today, is still, there's just a lot to it. There's a lot of places and buttons and different things to do. So I want to very much encourage us to just kind of for today, for this to be our little GIS village. I want to have kind of a collaborative atmosphere in here. For those of you that don't know me, I'm a pretty low-key guy. I don't, we don't need to stick to a really rigid structure today. I have things lined up for you in an agenda, but if you have questions, thoughts, comments, please feel free to chime in at any point. I won't think you're rude if you interrupt me or anything. And that especially goes for those of you online. I know it's kind of off. There's no real good way to like gracefully step in online, but if you want to, please just unmute yourselves and kind of butt in. And again, I promise I won't think you're rude. I'd rather answer everyone's questions if they have them. So let's just try to keep it open and friendly and conversational in here. I don't want to, I'm going to be doing a lot of talking at you, but I'd like to have, talking amongst ourselves as much as we can. So yeah, I kind of already talked about myself. I'm a GIS specialist and instructor. This down here is what I like to call the shortest resume you'll ever see. I have a degree from Colorado State University. I kind of cut my GIS teeth working at the National Park Service, their National Science Office up in Fort Collins. And last 7 or 8 years, I've been working with Allpoints. I do a lot of work with the U.S. Forest Service, doing all kinds of various ecological assessments, planning, mapping things for them. And I do a lot of work also in the land conservation space. I work on the national GIS team for the Trust for Public Land, as well as a number of local land trust, land conservation organizations. So that's kind of the space I'm coming from. I think we kind of did a good go around of the room. And since we're running late, I'll just kind of skip over that quickly. Course data, for those of you that have it now, we have some, it's real data. It's data I got from the City and County of Denver's open data portal. It's probably a year dated at this point, but it'll still work for our purposes. But it's not any fake data that I fudged to make it work or anything. It's real publicly available data from the City of Denver. Just quickly, I think again, we all have this figured out. Hopefully you all have the folder of files I sent out. If you look in there, you'll see there are PDF documents that show the slides, except for this intro slide deck, but the two kind of meat and potatoes of the class. I have my slides in there, as well as the instructions. There's 2 exercises, and then there's a third bonus exercise that we may or may not get to. And then the data that you'll need is also all in there. So hopefully that's all nice and clear for everyone. Just kind of laying out some objectives for today. Obviously I want to get everyone familiar with ArcGIS Online. The whole purpose of this class is getting started with ArcGIS Online. So it sounds like we have some experience using AGOL in the room. I assume, not everyone is a complete newbie to this, but I'm going to take this, pretty much from the ground up. I want everyone to be able to leave here with a basic understanding of what it is and what it does. How we can get some data up there. That's kind of the key to it, is to, start getting some data into a map and playing around with that. So and along the way, I'll give you some tips, tricks, best practices, things like that. And as I was saying before, explore, ask questions, help each other. I want to be a collaborative, open environment. Class schedule, we're starting at now 9:30. I was planning on going till about 3, but I'm really flexible on that. If we're on a roll and we got people asking questions and we're going well, I'll stay here until someone comes and kicks us out. Lunch break around noon. Whenever we have a good logical stopping point, sometime around noonish, we'll stop and take a lunch break and head out and get some food here in town. If you have any feedback, if I do anything particularly egregious or particularly good that you like or don't like, you can send an email to info@allpointsgis.com and that goes straight to my boss. So
Dump into the trash.
so yeah, any comments, feedback always just helps us make training better for the next group of people. And with that, let's get going.
What did it do wrong?
I just need to get my other PowerPoint up here. All right. Everyone online, can you see that?
Uh-huh. I'm on
Are you, okay.
Yeah. I'm for it.
All right, well, let's dive right in. ArcGIS Online Basics, that's why we're all here. Let's get familiar with kind of this whole beast that they call ArcGIS Online. Any piece of technology work for me today?
Along those lines, I can't get back onto your hotspot. I got kicked off.
All right, so I like to start off always with this, what is it? I think that's a big question that a lot of people have, because
Let me get off.
When I've got my own hotspot, I just need a place to plug it into.
So again, it's all of you have heard of it. I think there's a lot of confusion though, because there's so many pieces and parts to ArcGIS Online. I think a lot of people don't understand just like what it is. And what it is it's an online system to do GIS. So very similar to using a desktop GIS, but everything's online. So you have GIS data sets, points, lines, polygons, imagery, raster data, things like that, but they all live online. We can make maps, and they're called web maps when we do it online. We can do some basic analysis, maybe run some buffers around some points. You'll do a little bit of that today if we get into the web mapping exercise. And then the biggest one, I don't know how well, the biggest one I think is the second bullet from the bottom. Also, I should bold this or something. The main point of ArcGIS Online is that it's a sharing tool. ArcGIS Online is not a replacement for desktop GIS. I think there's a misconception out there. People think it's ArcMap, but it's just online. And that's not true at all. ArcGIS Online is not a big, heavy-duty workhorse. You're not going to use ArcGIS Online to slog through, thousands of lines of processing to do really high-end, oversized wall map cartography. It's not meant for that. It's a simple system that the power of it is sharing. The power of it is that it's online and you can click a few buttons, and it's not unlike Facebook or something like that, and social media platform where you can click who you want to share things with, and then the people in your work group, the people in your organization, or if you set your sharing up publicly, the people anywhere in the world with the internet access can find your maps, your data, your information.
The red button.
So that really is the biggest power to ArcGIS Online, is being able to share. ArcGIS Online has a lot of kind of side applications, which I think is where people start to get confused. We'll see that the main ArcGIS Online system, it's a file storage system, and it's a map interface. There's more to it than that, but very simply, that's what it is it's a it's a folder, very similar, like a folder full of files and a map. And then there's all these things that kind of sit on the side and can consume or work with the data that's hosted or stored or saved inside your ArcGIS Online. So I assume most of you have probably heard of like Survey 123. That's a very popular one, and that's a way to make data. Survey 123, you can be out there with your phone or tablet in the field collecting data, and that data links up to your ArcGIS Online. And then you can take that data you've done, collected in Survey 123, and you can put it into a web map. You can do some analysis on all those things. But Survey 123 is just sitting alongside, and it's just working with the data kind of storage in ArcGIS Online. Collector, or some of you may know, they're actually phasing out Collector. They're replacing it. I wish they would just call it Collector 2.0, but Esri is.
Field maps.
The one thing that really annoys me about Esri, they are fabulous about just making up terminology. They love to just make up their own terminology. Which is another thing that I think gets confusing about online, is that there's a lot of things that are the same. It's the same concept, the same tool between ArcMap on the desktop and ArcGIS Online, but they have two different names. So I'll try my best to help you explain some of the terminology, but that is an annoyance for sure. Esri is very, very good at writing their own terminology. So Collector, the new version, Collector 2.0 is coming out, but it's actually called Field Maps. But that does the same thing as Survey 123. It feeds data into your ArcGIS Online data storage. And that's all it really does, is you're just updating the data that's on ArcGIS Online. Insights is a neat little tool to do some quick kind of like dashboard analytics. It's a neat tool for like managers, high-level decision makers. I know I do a lot of work with the US Forest Service, as I mentioned, and a lot of people in the Forest Service like to use Insights to make these little dashboards for like their managers, the forest supervisors or the regional supervisors. It's a good, just kind of quick dashboard analytics type tool. Operations dashboard is similar to Insights. It's a little less interactive, but again, just like a data dashboard, you can have a gauge, and we're 60% of the way done with the data collection for this project. We found 150 of these things, and 30% of them were in poor condition or whatever it is. We can make just a nice little constantly updating dashboard. And then story maps, again, I assume you probably have heard of story maps. That's the other like really, really popular one of these, kind of along the bottom. And story maps are just a nice way to basically integrate storytelling with your maps and GIS data. Many of you, even if you don't know what even if you don't know what a story map is, or maybe you've never made one, I'll bet you've used one and you don't even know it. Anytime it's like a website, you can kind of scroll down and there's some nice text and maybe some pictures, and then all of a sudden you keep scrolling and there's a map that pops up and you can interact with the map and click on things on the map. That's a story map. So, and those are really great for just sharing information with the public, with in a less technical way, because you can wrap your map with a story and some narrative around it to kind of tell the story you want to tell, instead of just throwing a map out there and hoping that people understand it. So all these things, again, just kind of sit on the side of ArcGIS Online and feed into your data. But so they're a part of ArcGIS Online, and I think a lot of people think that like story maps is ArcGIS Online, or Survey 123 is ArcGIS Online. And they really are just tools that kind of work within AGOL. And these are not the only ones. There's other ones for sure. These are just kind of some of the more popular ones. So quickly, just how do you access it? Who has access to ArcGIS Online? And the answer is that anyone can access ArcGIS Online. And the way I really kind of see it, there's kind of the producer's end, which is what we're all here to learn about, how to be the people that can produce and make some content on ArcGIS Online. And then there's also obviously kind of the consumer end, the people who are going to your web maps, going to your websites and checking out your data and maps and getting that information from you. So as a producer of GIS products, anyone can create a public account for free. So if you go to arcgis.com and click the button to log in, there's, like most websites, there's a spot where you can just create a new account and you can create a free account. The free accounts are limited. The biggest downside to the free accounts is that you can't upload your own data. You basically are limited to using other people's data. But you'll see that doesn't make it powerless, because there's a lot of data up in AGOL. That's one great thing about it, is the power of sharing, is that often you don't have to maintain your own data. I'll show you something a little bit called the Living Atlas that Esri maintains, and it's just all these awesome data layers that someone else worries about. Like you want to find wildfire boundaries for the US currently, and you can it's there. And they update it every single day. There's people who work for Esri, ESRI, which is the company that makes ArcGIS. They have people whose job it is to every morning come into the office, and they are connected to all the federal agencies, and every morning they come in, they download the latest wildfire boundaries for today, and they update that data on ArcGIS Online, so you always have the latest data. CDOT has data out there for all the roads. Colorado Department of Wildlife has all kinds of their species mapping data layers are out there on AGOL. So we could spend all day going through all the organizations that have data on AGOL. But that's a really nice piece to it, is you can find authoritative data from other people that you don't have to do anything with it. You pull it into your map, it's in your map, and it's always going to be up to date, and you don't have to touch that data. So that kind of empowers those free accounts, even though you don't have the power to upload your own. data, you can still do a lot with it. If you have ArcGIS licensing, if you have licensing like for desktop, for ArcMap or ArcPro, that already comes with ArcGIS Online. There are ways now that you can kind of license your own ArcGIS Online separately. But the way it really is built is they attach it to the desktop. So if you have access to ArcGIS on the desktop, then you have access to ArcGIS Online. We'll talk a little bit about credits. They're not really a big deal. But that's just kind of a payment system. There's certain things you do on ArcGIS Online that will cost credits. So you're good. So as the kind of the other end, the people who are consuming this, again, ArcGIS Online, it's and more, it's getting more and more like Facebook, honestly, where you can share things out, you can choose how to share them. We'll see today that you can use groups to share things out. Again, just like Facebook, you can have some other social media, you can have a group, you add usernames into the group, and then you can share things with the group, and only those people that you've added to the group can see it. You can share things with your organization, so maybe your county, your company. And one nice thing we'll see, the bonus exercise I've given you is to work with the web app builder. And that's just kind of a step beyond your web maps. There's a web mapping interface where you can make a map and play around in a map. And then a web app just takes a little bit farther, where it really, it makes it just like a website that anyone can spin up. You just click on a link and go to a website, and it pops right up, very much like Google Maps or something very familiar that anyone who is computer literate can figure out. So I really like the web app builder. I use that a lot because it creates a simple link. You send it out to people can click on it, and bam, there's your map. Yeah, like I said, credits, they're not a huge deal. I don't want to linger on this for too long. But depending on your different licensing options, you get different amounts of credits, and you using ArcGIS Online consumes credits. The biggest thing that people use credits on is just this top one here on feature storage. Honestly, having data up in your ArcGIS Online, just your web folder with all your GIS data in it, they do charge you some credits for just having things stored up there. So one recommendation I have
I was
is,
just gonna ask if you share this slide or email the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
that's-
sure. Yeah, it's in the PDFs. If everyone has the PDFs that I sent out, it's in there. But yeah, I can send this out separately too. So yeah, that's the biggest one. I would just recommend ArcGIS Online. Don't use it as like a catch-all. Have things up there purposefully. Load your data up there if you're using it for something. And when something becomes not applicable anymore, when a project ends or your fiscal year flips over, whatever it is, where you're not actively using that anymore, go ahead and take it down. That's one thing that's really common for sure, especially those of us that do GIS online every day. We know it's really easy to just all of a sudden you go into your ArcGIS Online content and there's like 5,000 items in there, because it's really easy to get stuff up there and then just forget about it. So try to keep your files clean. Again, just don't leave things up there if they're not being used. You'll see some of the analysis tools use a few credits, but not really a whole lot. The one thing that will eat through a whole bunch of credits, and I've seen people have their bosses get pissed at them about, is this bottom one, which is geocoding. And geocoding, if you don't know that term, it's when you have a list of addresses and you need to put the addresses as a point on the map. For some reason, they really are proud of that tool, and so they charge a lot of credits to use that tool. So I have seen people unknowingly, they have like a spreadsheet that has 1,000 addresses in it or 5,000 addresses in it, and they go to geocode it and they burn through just like a ton of credits really quick. And all of a sudden they got their IT department or someone knocking on their door, like, you just cost us $100 in AGOL credits, or so Yeah, but the biggest thing with credits, just feature storage, try to keep your files clean and be careful with coding addresses. So how do you get there? It's pretty easy. You go to arcgis.com. There's a big blue button in the middle to sign in, and you type in your username and password. Quick best practice here. Yeah, I would recommend using Google Chrome. Every organization, IT department that I work with seems to recommend using Google Chrome for ArcGIS Online. I'm not a software developer guy. I don't know the back end of that, but I've been told that quite a few times by a lot of people. So I would recommend using Google Chrome. Once you sign in, you'll be brought to your homepage. Every organization, so ArcGIS Online is organized kind of the base unit is an organization. So it'd be your company, you know, your county, your town, whatever it is, your organization has their own like ArcGIS Online kind of space. This one is the homepage for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that I do some training and work with. You'll see some screenshots and examples from them throughout this presentation. But different organizations will have a different homepage. And you just need to be kind of aware of that when you start thinking about sharing. Basically, all the people in your organization that have AGOL accounts, you can share things and link things easier. We'll see when we talk about sharing, you can share things with the organization. So just, you know, every person that has an ArcGIS Online account with Chaffee County can see it, for instance. Or in this case, you know, every person with a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service AGOL account can see things that I share with the organization, and they have like 10,000 users or something like that. Right up here across the top is kind of our main navigation bar for getting around the different spots in ArcGIS Online. Right now, again, this is the home tab. Yours will look different depending on your organization. You're not going to have a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service homepage. Not really a lot to do with the homepage. Some very large organizations like this do some things. You see the Fish and Wildlife, they have some links to some different internal like SharePoint pages and things like that. But chances are if you're with a small organization, your homepage is pretty boring and probably not a lot going on. Maybe your logos hang out up there, but you really don't use the homepage for much of it. The gallery is just, it's kind of just a smattering of content from your organization. So again, I have mixed recommendations about this for people with larger organizations, like in the Fish and Wildlife Service or the Forest Service. I tell them this can be useful, at least interesting, because you can kind of scroll through and you can see like what other people at the U.S. Forest Service, you know, all the way across the country are doing with AGOL. If you have a smaller organization, if it's maybe just you or you and another person, you're just going to see your own stuff. So the gallery, it can be interesting to kind of scroll through and to see other people's stuff, but I don't really use it much, honestly. The map tab, this is a big one. This is one where you'll spend a lot of time. Obviously, the whole point of doing GIS is geography, map making. So we will dive deep into this map maker. We have a whole big exercise to go through about working with this online web map interface. So for now, I just want to show you that's how you get to it. One thing that is kind of weird is the map, it basically kind of like stays open in the background. If you're working on your map and you're doing a bunch of stuff and you set your outlines to be green, and then if I go and I click on somewhere else and I go into the scene or my content and I work around and do something else, and then I come back to my map, it's going to open up my map kind of in the last state it was in. So that's just something that gets people. It just kind of sits there when you leave the map and go do something else, and then come back. You'll come back to your map right where you left it. The web scenes, they're interesting. It's basically, you know, it's the same thing as a map, only it's three-dimensional. They're kind of neat for eye candy sometimes, getting some oohs and ahs out of some kind of like a public interaction group. This is an example I did that worked really well. I was working with the town of Silverthorne in Summit County to do some trail planning. And we did some prospective hikes. That's what those lines are. We went and bushwhacked, trekked up through the woods and, along the potential corridor. And I took a bunch of pictures along the way with my phone that were geotagged. And so you can click on any one of these little pinpoints and see a picture that I took at that location. And it went over really well with town council, the real estate developers we were working with. We had some public meetings even and showed this. So it's not the 3D in general. You can do it like if any of you have messed around with Arc Pro as well, you can do 3D in Arc Pro. It's neat. Again, it definitely can get some oohs and ahs and just make people, impressed. As far as actually, getting real work done, as far as, I guess, what I would consider to be real GIS work. It's not that. It's kind of a pretty tool. The notebook is something they added late in 2019. It allows you to do some Python coding. I have barely scratched the surface of this myself. Moreover, I've yet to see a really good application of this, and most people, especially since it's kind of an intro class, I assume most of y'all aren't writing a lot of Python code. So basically, I would just say ignore this. Don't worry about the notebook. If you want to get into Python coding, you can certainly take some different classes on Python coding and then dig into this. But for now, just pretend it's not there. Groups. Again, we'll get into this later. I have a group created. I still have to add some of your AGOL usernames into the group. I'll have to take a break or something. But groups, like I said, they work very similar to any kind of social media group. We'll go through that more in detail later, but you can create a bunch of different groups and add people into them to share things. The content page, this is really if there's one page that I would say is like the main page of AGOL, it's the content page. This is where you'll probably spend this, or the map is where you'll spend most of your time when you're working in AGOL. And this is that file storage system I was telling you about. This is that online GIS file storage system. It looks different, but you can really think of this as being the same as just like a folder on your regular desktop computer. There's a little bit of trick to get things up into the folder. We have to upload data onto the web, but each one of these items is the word they kind of use. Each one of these lines is a different item, and it's basically just a file. It's the same as just having a bunch of files sitting in a folder on your desktop or your C drive. You can see the top couple things here, the file type. I have a couple of web maps. Underneath that, I have these feature layers. That's an important distinction. We'll get into more detail about that in a minute, but basically a hosted layer is the data format that ArcGIS Online uses. So you may be familiar with like a shapefile is a GIS file. You get a file mailed to you that's a .shp, and that's a shapefile GIS data, or even like a Word document with a .doc extension. A hosted feature layer is basically, it's the same thing, but for ArcGIS Online. So a hosted layer it's your data type. It doesn't have like a dot with an extension, but that's the data type that's used by ArcGIS Online. And that's part of what that uploading process is. When we upload data to get it into our online viewer and our online kind of data bin here, you have to transfer the data right over the internet from your computer up to the servers. ArcGIS Online, it's all run on Amazon Web Services server farms. So you have to physically transfer the data up, copy the data up to the server, but then you also have to do basically like a transformation process. So you'll see in a few minutes here, we'll upload data to AGOL, and I have shape files for you all. And what it's doing is it's doing a transformation, a data conversion from a shape file to a hosted service, and then transferring that data up to the server. But again, we'll go through this in more detail, but this really is definitely one of the main pages, one of the main spots to work in AGOL. The organization, see my screenshots wrong here. The organization tab really only applies, you don't need to worry about if you're not an admin. if you're the administrator of your organization's AGOL, you get something like, this is my account, I'm the admin for Allpoints AGOL, you get things that tell you if you have enough credits, if you need to buy more credits, you know, who your users are, can dole out some licenses. But if you're not the admin, you just get some over here on the right. There's really nothing for you to do. So if you're not the administrator, don't worry about that organization tab. There's this little button here. I've heard it called the waffle button before. I sometimes will call it the app launcher, but you click on this and it opens up this little page. Actually, I need to update this screenshot. The screenshot's out of date. There's more of them now. But this is where you get to a lot of those little side applications I was talking about. Like you can open up Survey 123, and Survey 123 kind of opens up in its own window. It's its own thing. Story maps, building the dashboards. This is just kind of where you can open up some of those kind of side things. The other thing is up in the top right, you'll see your name. There's not a lot here, but this is where you can sign out if you want to. The other thing that I'll point out in here, and I think they should make this a little more obvious, but if you click on your username, one of the things in this list you'll see is training. Esri has a lot of training out there. For those of you that haven't really explored, I know you'll hear me gripe and moan a lot about different things that Esri does. I'll try to keep that to a minimum today, but one thing that I cannot knock them for is documentation. They're very good at putting out very good documentation, lots and lots of training. A lot of it's free, just completely free open access. And if you have an AGOL login, that opens up even more. So I will definitely encourage you to click on that training link. You know, and it goes beyond ArcGIS Online. Obviously, there's ArcMap and ArcGIS Pro and story maps and Survey 123. There's all kinds of training for anything you could think of. So that's a good, useful one. There's a search bar up here. I point this out because a lot of people miss it. It's not, I don't think like visual design is very good. It's not very obvious. It's just this little magnifying glass and it's just like white. There's not like a box outline or like a cursor. It's just not obvious to a lot of people is all. I show this to a lot of people like, oh, I never even saw that was there. Like I never even noticed. So there's a search bar up there that allows you to start to search for things. In this case, it looks like I searched for probably just wildfire. And you can see it immediately popped up with like wildfire hazard potential mapped for the entire country from the US Forest Service. That's pretty useful if you care about wildfire hazard potential. That's what I was saying, right? You know, stealing other people's data, you know, not stealing, but using other people's data. Wildfire hazard potential 2014 version. So one thing is when you search, you'll see over here in the top left, there's this little just kind of toggle button. I kind of wish they would leave this off by default, but they leave it on. So it only searches within your organization. And again, for someone within like a large organization like the US Forest Service, that's actually good. I usually tell the Forest Service people leave this on, like you probably won't be looking for official Forest Service data layers. But if you work for a smaller organization, you know, if it's just you or you and one other person, you're going to search and you're only going to find your own stuff and it's not going to be that useful. So that's another one that just gets people like, well, you typed in wildfire and got all this cool Forest Service data. Like, why don't I see that? And it might just be because you haven't checked this off to make sure you're looking in all of ArcGIS Online.
Where is that button? Again, how do you find that button? Other organizations.
So it is, when you search for things, if you type something in the search bar, you'll get a search result. And it's in the upper left of this screen right here. All right. So we've seen some basic interface. I know I went through that kind of quickly, but we're going to dive in and be hands-on and get dirty with this so you all, you know, understand it better. But so, you know, that's kind of the 10,000 foot view of like just the interface and the different parts of it. how do we publish content to ArcGIS Online? That's important, right? That's how we get our data up into our AGOL web storage spot. There's a few ways you can do it. You can definitely do it using ArcMap or ArcGIS Pro if you have that. I get the sense that most people in this class right now are not actively using desktop GIS a lot, so I don't want to show you how to do this when most people won't be able to take advantage of this. If anyone would like someone to show you, myself or Rich or Pete, any one of us can show you how to do this from ArcMap or ArcPro. So I'll leave that at that for now. You definitely can obviously do it using the desktop GIS software. If you do not have the desktop GIS software, ArcMap or ArcGIS Pro, you're okay. You're not hosed. You can upload data directly into AGOL just from the website. If you go to your content tab up in the upper left-hand corner, there's this little button for new item. And this is actually a pretty new one. They just fairly recently kind of redid this interface to where you can now just drag and drop a file. So in a minute here, I'm going to show you how to do that. You can take a shape file that's zipped up and you can just drag and drop it, and it'll spin for a second and think, and then that data will be uploaded and it will be in your ArcGIS Online content.
Is there any way to secure data so only you or your people can?
So that has to do, that's the sharing levels you'll set up. We'll talk about that a little later, but yes, like by default, when you first upload something to AGOL, it's only shared with you. It's just you know, or anyone that has your username and password, but you have to log in with your username and password in order to see it. And then in order to open it up, you have to share it with someone else. You can share it to your organization. You can make a group and share it with the group. You can share things publicly, but it's all controlled through the sharing, basically. By default, it's locked down.
What about flagging other data? If you found some data that was found to be risque in some way?
I think you can report things, can't you?
I'm not sure I understood. What was the question?
He was saying like, can you flag like other people's stuff if there's something you find that is inaccurate or inappropriate or?
Yeah.
Or something like, so for example, what if something like some sort of proprietary information about like a house, like say, oh, the foundation is cracked. I don't necessarily want that out there on the internet that your foundation is cracked because it affects the value of your house.
Yep.
Right? So I wonder if in that situation, could you go out there and say, well, I don't want this out there.
I mean, I think that gets into kind of legalities of data governance, right? I mean, like the county assessor puts up information about every property online and they have, you know, some legal authority to do that. I think it would come down to that if you found like.
We hide, in the 3 counties I deal with, law enforcement. Their location, their houses, it's just a blank entry. There's nothing there. But they have to send a letter to the county assessor requesting that their information is blocked. And so it'd be a similar thing in the situation you're talking about. First of all, somebody's got to get the information and put it online without perhaps your permission or knowledge. And so, yeah, that's it can easily be blocked and it can easily be not shared with anybody.
Who would you go to the county or would you go to Ezra?
It depends who has it.
I would probably go to the county first. I mean, myself, yeah, I'd probably call the county like, hey, why do you have this information on my house up on your public web viewer?
Yeah.
And then if the county, you know, if you didn't get anywhere with that, you could try calling Esri and say, hey, I think you have something up in your system that, you know, is illegal, inappropriate. And I'm sure Esri has people that deal with getting bad data off of AGOL. I'm sure there's someone whose job that is. And that actually leads us into a good kind of segue. You want to be careful when I showed you use that search bar and you can search in AGOL, and as long as you click the little toggle button to not only search in your organization, you get everyone's stuff from all of AGOL. Anything that any AGOL user has clicked share publicly, it'll come up. So most of it's really good data. I mean, you know, there's not a lot of people out there just putting junk data on AGOL for fun. But there is, poor quality data out there, inaccurate data. So you do want to be careful when you go through that search bar and you start searching for stuff. They make it pretty easy because you can see when you click on like a data set to look at it, you can see, well, whose data set is this? Who's the person or organization that published this? How old is it? There's opportunities where the person who uploads the data can type in like some notes about it. This is how this data was collected. It's at plus or minus 30 meters accuracy or whatever it is. So you do want to pay attention to that when you go search for things, especially even just pay attention at the very least to where it's coming from. If you type in for wildfire data, is it coming from the US Forest Service? That's probably good, trustable data. Is it coming from Jimmy Bob John in Montana or whatever? Well, you might want to click on his profile name and send an email to Jimmy Bob and say, hey, what is this data?
I thought Jimmy Bob was in Tennessee.
That sounds more right, yeah. So you do want to pay attention to that, just where your data is coming from. This is a no-no. I tell people not to do. We'll see this later. This is actually the web map interface. I know I probably should bring it out so you can see the whole screen, but this is that web map that we'll work with. And for those of you that have worked in desktop, this little symbol is probably recognizable, a little yellow plus with the add. It's how we add data into our map. And there is an option. When you click the add button, you'll see down here at the bottom, add layer from file. And that lets you do, it's very, very similar to this. It lets you drag and drop a file in. But when you do it from inside the map interface, it doesn't upload it into your content. It sticks it in like this weird purgatory, holding space where that data layer is in your one web map, but it's not anywhere else. You can't find it in your list of content. Which means you can't use it in another web map. You can't, pull it into a dashboard or a story map or anything. It kind of locks it so it's only inside the one web map.
So that bypasses having it in your content. It just puts it into the map.
Yeah,
And only the map.
exactly. So, I mean, if you have an application where you want to do that, go for it. I recommend people don't do it from inside. Again, this is inside the web map, the add data button inside the web map. Don't do that. You're much better off to do this from inside the content, add the new item, upload it into your content, and then it lives in your list of content and you can pull it into multiple web maps. You can use it everywhere. You can pull it into any piece of AGOL.
Then do you just click on add layer from web to get that from the content? Can you still add?
So,
There we
yep.
go.
So we'll go through that but yeah, so this top one, search for layers. And I think, again, this should be renamed. I don't really like that phrasing. It should say add data from my content would be a much better thing for that to say. Search for layers will let you add stuff from your content. Other places as well, I guess, maybe add data from my content isn't the best, but we'll see in a second. You can kind of search all of AGOL as well. Really quick, I want to talk about, I don't want to get too technical and dive into the weeds, but I talked a little earlier about the services. That's basically the data type, the file type that AGOL uses. And there are different types of services that you'll see. And basically it comes down to either a feature service or it's what's called a tile or a map service. And it basically breaks down into vector data or raster data. And for those of you that might not know, vector data is basically points, lines, or polygons. Roads on a map, streams or lines, property parcels or polygons. You might have school locations as points. That's vector data, which is probably most of the data that you all deal with. It's most of the data that most people deal with. If you're out there, mapping street signs with survey 123 or collector, and you're dropping a point on every street sign. That's vector data. Raster data is more like a picture. It has pixels or cells. So like an image, even just like a picture that you take on your cell phone camera is raster data. It has, millions of little pixels. If you zoom far enough in, you get to where you have, little squares, little colored squares all lined up in a grid, and, it makes up a, it could be whatever, a picture of your kids. In the case of GIS data, often that number is some kind of data, like you might have land surface temperature data is one that I work with sometimes when I'm working with Trust for Public Land. They have satellite sensors, and it tells you, for the whole grid, every grid cell or pixel has a temperature value in it. Land cover is another common one, like the National Land Cover data set that has the different codes in it. This is a 30-meter pixel, a 30-meter cell, and it's code number 54, which is wetlands, something like that. So just a small distinction to kind of think about. For the most part, you won't have to worry about this when you upload data to AGOL. If you upload raster data, it's going to create a tile service for you. If you drop a shape file in there, some vector data, it's going to upload it as a feature service for you. But just a little nuance to be aware of. This I'm going to skip over really quickly. It's just kind of a new thing they came out with where you can kind of blend the two. It's a nice way if you're doing like mapping applications for, to push out to like huge numbers of people, but not really something I think y'all should focus on.
Would that be useful, it sounds like, for base maps, custom base
Mhm,
maps
mhm.
for your,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, vector tiles is the reason why Google Maps works so nicely.
Right.
You can zoom in and out and pan around Google Maps, and it just loads things really quick. You're never like watching it spin to draw the imagery. This is a really important one, and I will try to pound this one into you. Before you upload something, is it already there? I've already talked about, and we'll see more. There are millions and millions of data sets from thousands of users and thousands of authoritative good users on AGOL. And having data sitting up in your content space, remember, it costs you some credits. It's not a lot, but it does cost you some credits. So use that search bar and look around. Is it already there? Instead of going out and yourself tracing all the roads in Chaffee County, so you have a roads layer, like go out to CDOT and steal CDOT's road layer. You know what I mean? Don't, go out to the Forest Service and grab the national forest boundaries or the wilderness boundaries.
yeah, because if it's there, it's public data.
Yep. If you can search for it and find it, then it's public data. Yep.
When you upload your own data, and you'll probably get to this about making it publicly available. Or
Yeah. But yeah, if you can search for it and find it in that search bar, that means that someone, whoever owns that data set, clicked to share it publicly, which means that it's public data. You can use it, you can throw it on a map, you can show it to town council, you can show it to your neighbors, whatever. Like it's public data. It's something that someone already knowingly put in the public domain. Yeah, I would really encourage you, like, just before you upload things. And I know a lot, if you're working with one of the towns, for instance, like you probably are going to have to create your own data. Like no one's going to have fire hydrants in Buena Vista for you or whatever. You're going to have to do that yourself. But for a lot of things, just do that search and see if it's already there, because then you just don't have to worry about it. Again, let the U.S. Forest Service worry about that. Let it be someone else's job.
Hey, Nick, I have a question. I'm virtual. Can you hear me?
Oh,
Go for it.
gotcha.
Is,
So we can find this.
so our system administrator, who's not a GIS person, is saying that you lose the user authentication if you get rid of photo. Is that true? Because we have just the logs and with the pin card, we get the. Would that go away? Is that what he's talking about? We can talk after.
Ask Rich, he knows a lot more about admin portal than I do.
I was gonna say, I think it depends on how you set up your login and your authentication, because we use, our Active Directory.
Oh. We do too.
And you don't have portal?
No, we do, well,
That's
we
what-
have both.
Well, that's what we're trying to make the argument for if we ditch portal and
Right.
just go with our organizational account and our
Right,
system
we ditched-
admin
we-
is saying we won't have that user authentication with the PIN card stuff.
No, we use Active Directory to log into our organizational account, even without portal. We just went to portal. And not everybody has access to portal, but everybody has access to the organization.
Okay.
And we just use our Active Directory logins.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me? I'm virtual.
Okay.
Hello?
We're kind of taking a break here. Sorry, the Zoom cut out on everyone, but it looks like we're back up and working. Does anyone online have any questions? Anything they'd like to chime in with?
I do. Can you hear me?
I'm monitoring the chat.
I hope I'm hearing it. I mean, I have my speakers turned on, but that doesn't necessarily mean that someone's talking and I'm not responding. Put it in the chat or something. 'Cause I'm not. I think this thing should be giving us. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, when you share your screen though, we don't see you walking around.
Okay, no, it sounds like there's
But
audio coming out of it.
Yeah.
So
okay, I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me.
try talking.
I can.
Can you
I
hear
can
me?
also-
This is Vanessa. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. I had a question actually on your prior slide right before everything froze.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. So when you say basically don't recreate the wheel, like if there is data already out there, say of the national forest boundaries, right? And so you want to go get that data. Are you saying that you want to download that data and host it then on your own AGOL account in order to publish it? Or are you saying you're going to point your web map to their data, and then
That one.
so therefore in real time, if they change their data, your map will therefore change as well. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying, yeah, okay.
Exactly that, Vanessa. Yep, exactly. You point your map at their data and then,
Okay.
then you're at their mercy if they decide to take their data down. You're not gonna have that data in your map anymore, but
Right.
more likely if they decide to update that data, you'll have updated data. And
Okay,
it's not,
very good.
it's not sitting in your AGOL content costing you credits. It's sitting in their AGOL content costing them credits.
Oh, okay.
That's another advantage.
But it's just in your map.
Yeah,
also.
it's in your map, but it's not, yeah.
It's like read only in your map from their.
Sure,
wherever
yeah.
they're
From their
Push it
content.
To your content, then feed it into the map, and it does not touch your organizational credits, but
Yeah.
lives in the Esri cloud.
Well, it lives in their, whatever, the
Right.
US Forest Service AGOL or the CDOT AGOL or whatever it is. Wherever you're pulling that data from. Yeah, so that's a huge power of AGOL is just the data
it-
So are
sharing.
you referring to your personal AGOL account? That's how you would handle it? Or, because you just said it would live in, Fish and Wildlife or whoever the organization
Yeah,
account belongs to? Okay,
so whoever you're stealing that data from, like if I am logged into my Allpoints AGOL and I search for national forest boundaries and I find one from the Forest Service, I can pull that into my map. And I can use it, but it's not sitting in my Allpoints content.
Right.
It's sitting in the US Forest Service content. And
Oh,
because
so
they
it
have it
stays
shared publicly,
there.
I can use it.
You're just consuming their service.
Gotcha,
Right.
okay.
And yeah,
We
a
used to
lot,
have to use the rest directories to
Yeah.
find that stuff.
exactly, yeah,
They've
yeah.
now made it so much easier.
You can still do that, right? You can
Oh, yeah.
log in a REST endpoint,
Oh, yeah.
and then would that affect your credits if you just added it to your map?
No.
Oh, okay, because it's just, you're just stringing
If
it.
you're pulling data in from somewhere else, that doesn't cost you anything. It's only the data that you have hosted in your AGOL content.
Okay.
And it's not that much. I mean, really,
But it adds up.
yeah, yeah. I mean, when I've gotten into trouble with using too many credits is when I've tried to like put up like multiple states worth of, like all the streams in the Pacific Northwest or,
Which,
I don't know, like,
so,
All right, thank you so much, Nick.
absolutely, yeah, please, again, anyone online, now that I'm confident that we can hear you and our audio video is set up, like I said, I know it's kind of awkward to like jump in, but I promise I won't think you're rude. Go ahead and unmute yourself and interrupt questions, comments at any point, please.
that's all I see. Nick, I've got a question from online. Would it be possible to potentially use a combination of maybe geocoding and story maps to link assessor data to addresses parcel for a town's ArcGIS? Or what would be the best way to go about that?
Yeah,
The parcel layer.
yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would put that into a story map, maybe, I mean, a story map might be good as a way to share what you're doing. Hey, look, the town of Poncha Springs is mapping out all our parcels, and here's a story about it, what we're doing. That seems more of a good application for like a web map and a web app. I've seen a lot of counties use the web app builder and stand up a web app as like a public parcel viewer. I know that's what Eagle County, I live in Eagle County, that's what their parcel viewer is. It's a ArcGIS Online web app. I mean, I can even. I can even show you quickly. Hold on, let me share the screen again. So here, I use this one all the time. This is just an example. Again, this is the Eagle County one that I end up going to more often than I like. So this right here, anytime you see that guy, the little dancing bars, that's an ArcGIS Online web app. So like, it even zooms into the last place I was.
The last time you saved it.
Yep. So here's my neighborhood in Eagle County. I'll click on my house and it pops up this little pop-up box. These are called pop-up boxes, and you can do a lot of work to customize these. You can actually get pretty fancy with the way you stick things in these pop-up boxes.
Can you move it out of your way?
No, you
No,
can't.
that's the drag. That is the
Out of the
drag.
room.
Get out of the room, sorry.
In this case, Eagle County has just chosen they have there's like a field in their table that has the online web link, like the URL web address that takes you to the.
Are
Specific
they using
page.
Tyler?
I don't know what system they use internally.
Yeah, that's Tyler.
Um,
That's their. Saguache County, Rio Grande County, Mineral County are all using that. The others are still back with what used to be ACS. But the nice thing about the Tyler, and in this situation, you're linking to actually real-time data. And so when the assessor makes a change, you click on it, you've got the change right there.
Yep. Like I'm actually seeing right now, it looks like the assessed value of my house is bigger than last time I checked this.
And so that means your taxes have
I
gone
guess who's
up
paying more
too.
property taxes this year, yay. So yeah, this is a good example here. Again, this is just what Eagle County does, but a number of counties have this. And you can see over here on the right-hand side, if I can get my thing out of the way. They also have a number of other data sets in it. It's not just the parcels of bus stops and schools and special use permits, fire hydrants, the voting districts, all kinds of other stuff.
Tons of stuff.
So Nick, question, or maybe more of a comment. Do you think each of those items there in the layer list is its own unique feature
Uh-huh.
data set,
Probably, yes.
published separately behind, thing, or?
Probably, we'll have to, I mean, you'd have to talk to the Eagle County GIS people, how they're organizing their data on AGOL. Yeah, probably like if you were the Eagle County GIS person and you logged into your AGOL and went to your content page, you'd see that there was a hosted feature class for the zoning. And
The
there
way
was a
the
hosted
layer
feature
list
class.
is set up and the fact that you can turn them all on and off individually and they're not embedded, those are all individual web services.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Of course, you can group now in the new
Sure.
Yeah,
web viewer.
You can do group layers, yeah. They don't persist in web apps though, which I figured out.
And I'm sure you're gonna get to this, Nick, but also the important thing is this is an app.
Yes, this is a web app.
Application.
Yep, exactly. When I'm talking about web apps and you have that bonus exercise in your folders to create a web app, this is a web app. This is exactly what I'm talking about where, I mean, you can see it's still a map, so it's kind of confusing, like between a web map and a web app. But the web app is really just, it just simplifies it all so that, a regular person can go to a website and here's a map and you you saw, you can just kind of click and drag it around and you can interact with it. There's different tools you can add in. That's one cool thing about the web apps is there's a whole bunch of different, they call them widgets, these little buttons you can stick up here. Like this one's a really good one. I put in almost all my web apps, the base map changer. This is where like if I want to, I can change it to be aerial imagery instead of the topo map. And there's all kinds of different ones. There's a little, this app doesn't have it, but there's a little like measuring tool you can use, let people measure distances or acres. That's one I like. There's a ton of them. If you dig into that web app builder exercise, you'll see this. And they add more all the time. That's another thing I like about AGOL in general that I'll mention, is that Esri is really pouring a lot of resources into this. They have a lot of people working on this every day. So you'll see that it changes and frequently, which as someone who does training and tries to keep like screenshots and my slide decks updated, that is the bane of my existence sometimes, that they won't leave things the same. But for a user, it's actually nice. You'll go in and you'll click a button, to add something in, and you'll just be like, oh, they added 10 new kinds of things. There used to only be 5 different things I could add with this button, but now there's 30 things in here. And like the widgets are one of them. There's a whole just litany of different little tools, little buttons that do different things you can put in for people. So yeah,
And you can create your own base maps as well.
you can, if you want to, you can create your own base maps. Yeah.
I know in our area, we use the NAIP, the NAIP imagery. It's flown every other year. It's free. It's not the greatest, but it's 60 centimeter resolution and it gets better every year. But the most important thing is it's free.
Yep. Yeah, the NAIP imagery is nice. That is also free on ArcGIS Online. You can find that in just like 1 second, you can find that. So here I'm going to go to ArcGIS Online. I'm going to sign in. There's my username and password. I'll go to my content. You'll see I have a lot of content. If I could go in here and clean some stuff out, honestly, I'm not following my own best practices. I have too much stuff
None of us-
inside my AGOL content.
None of us follow our own advice.
But like I'll show you a quick example. This is you'll see here's my content I have and just kind of the general hierarchy of the way things work. All these little yellow things, you'll see, I don't know if you can read that, but they say they're hosted feature layers. These little yellow things are my data. That's the data layers. I took those data layers and I put them into a web map. And I chose the colors for them. I set up some labels, I set them so when you zoom out so far, they go away, a scale range. I did, map making type of stuff. And then I wrapped it. You take your web map and you basically put it inside a web app, or you'll see here, they call it web mapping application. I'll just show you this real quick. This is a active one I have for a project I'm managing for the U.S. Forest Service. I have like 20 people on a daily basis logging in using this web application to do some photo interpretation work. And you can see here, this one I've kept it pretty simple. But that right there, Pete, you mentioned the nape imagery. You can see right there in the background. That is, and I have a bunch of actually, because we want to be able to do historical assessment here.
Right.
You'll see in my layer list, mine looks different than the Eagle County one because I have different layers in my web map. But I have 2019 NAPE, 2017, 2015, 2013, and this is all hosted by the Department of Agriculture. It's just, again, free data. You can just go out there and grab it. And I have a color infrared and regular color images in here as well.
So yeah, the 2021 is now available also.
Yeah. Oh, cool. So yeah, you can see
update
that.
here.
If I zoom in here, the nape imagery, it's pretty good. It's not awesome, but it's pretty darn good. If it wants to.
Well, aerial imagery is expensive, very
Yeah.
expensive. And that's a great alternative.
I mean, this is free. That's
Yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah,
the
yeah.
reason. That's the reason we're using it for this project is the Forest Service already spends enough money collecting imagery. They weren't going to give us money to go buy $1 million worth of really, high resolution imagery. So this is all entirely free. This doesn't cost Allpoints or the Forest Service a cent to log into this and use their nape imagery.
What rate are you finding for like sub-meter imagery these days? The going rate for?
It's a lot.
Oh. It used to be pictometry, it's probably one of the more, I mean, it varies different companies, there's lots of them out there.
Right.
That will collect aerial imagery. Pictometry is the one I'm most familiar with, not in terms of cost and whatnot, but the service and they offer different levels of resolution. And all of the pricing is definitely based on your relief, because the fly has to stay right. Now, so if you have a lot of relief, it gets very expensive very quickly. I think Saguache County just had it flown, and I'm willing to bet it probably cost them every bit of probably almost $1 million.
Yeah.
We're doing some remote sensing or just like remote monitoring work. Where we get some aerial imagery, we're paying like 8 cents an acre for sub-meter from like Maxar or something. So.
When I
Now the nape is sub-meter.
Is it?
That's
60
60
cents.
Yeah, but it
cents.
only comes every so often, right?
every 2 years,
Yeah.
more or less, yeah.
Yeah, satellite imagery, is probably the most reasonable, cost effective. There are more streaming services now. In addition to Pixar, there's Nearmap and a couple of others that are out there now that are flying multiple times a year. Dr. Cog, the DRAP project, the Denver regional area.
Aerial photography
Yeah.
project, yeah.
It now uses the streaming Nearmap as well as our custom flight. And we fly it every 2 years, but Nearmap updates 3 times a year, and it's just a streaming service. And then we get 2 downloads, 1 a year of the Nearmap service, but
What kind of
It's-
resolution is Nearmap?
I believe most of their data is 6-inch.
Mhm.
But we've discovered it's not quite as positionally as accurate as our custom, but we put some really stringent requirements on our custom flights that Sanborn's been doing. So it depends, but it's not bad. It's within probably plus or minus 2 feet. So it's, you know, for the most part, it's good.
Yeah,
And that's another really important question in GIS. How good does it need to be?
Yeah.
right on.
If you're out there, I mean, I work mostly in the natural resources field. If I'm mapping wetlands or, you know, forest polygon stands, like 2 feet of accuracy doesn't matter. If we're talking
Well-
about doing forest management work, like 3 feet don't matter.
And
If you're
even,
talking about,
even 2 feet doesn't matter if the resolution's good enough that I can see the manhole cover or whatever. So,
so yeah, as far as acquiring imagery, I know I had sent out an email to the GISCO listserv a couple weeks ago. I still need to send a summary on that. Basically, I figured out it's not easy. None of these companies want to sell to small people.
No.
They just want to sign $1 million contract with a county or with a, you know, big city or something.
And
They don't even want to take the time of day to take my phone call. "Oh, I just want a little bit of imagery for just me, please." Like, luckily, I found the solution to my problem that Santa Fe County had paid them their $1 million in Santa Fe County. They have gorgeous, like 3-inch aerial images, and you can go in the parking lot and like zoom in and you can tell a Ford pickup apart from a Chevy pickup in the images. Like,
And I think that from the public position, I think there's some good discussion about, is that really a good use of taxpayers' money? 3-inch imagery, right? I mean,
yeah, Santa Fe's got tons of money. I mean, like,
well, but, yeah, I mean, but that's what, as taxpayers, that's what we rail against. You know, why get 3-inch resolution imagery when 60 centimeters works fine? I get real annoyed with government's wasteful spending.
I know, Pete, we hear about it. Wait till I get some liquor.
Sorry,
in it.
Jeannie, I
Keeps-
wasn't supposed to.
This keeps going.
Yeah, I use Google Earth a lot, you know, for I have a lot of folks that I support, you know, that like PMZs or KMLs, and you know, you can convert those, but the imagery in Google Earth is
Really good, yes.
really good, and I think they use Maxar for sure. I think they also use Nearmap from time to time. So the problem is licensing. You can't. You have Google Earth Pro, you can export out imagery, but it's a real pain in the butt. So you can do it for a small area, but
Yeah.
for a big area, it's real cumbersome, and it does reduce the resolution. But I've done it, and you got to give them credit. Super important to give them credit to keep out of Google Earth, you know, and all that. So there are options, but the free stuff is great, you know.
well, and the advantage with like the near map stuff, being a streaming service, we have a group set up called Near Map in our AGOL account. And anybody that is part of our AGOL organization can add that Near Map stuff to ArcPro, to desktop mapping, to AGOL, whatever, because they're signed into our organization.
Nick,
Yes.
we're seeing the presenter mode in the screen.
Oh, well, let me fix that. Let's see how that better?
It hasn't, yeah.
Okay. All right, just quickly, some publishing, and we'll get into actually doing something else. This one isn't as big of a deal. This is one I pound more into like the Forest Service, but I think it's still, you know, something to think about, especially if you're sharing things out publicly. You know, write things in terms that the public understands. Try to, you know, if you're doing it internally and it's just your coworkers and you all know what a EDW NRM SDE is, that's fine. But if you're putting things out to the public, you know, try to avoid jargons, technical terms, try to, you know, put things in regular people speak. These Zoom boxes are always right on top of whatever button I want to click on.
Mhm.
USFS then.
US, US Forest Service.
Right, it's like you use the abbreviation.
Well, you're right, you're right. I made the slide for the US Forest Service and they know what USFS is. And the Forest Service people know what all these are too, the Enterprise Data Warehouse and Natural Resource Management. Along those lines, again, maybe not as important for some of you, but you know, if you work in government, there's probably some disclaimer that your town or county or organizational attorney has, you know, don't count on this for anything. It's not our fault if you use this map and you kill yourself. All right, so let's start to get our hands dirty. I'm going to show you a demo of how to upload data to ArcGIS Online using kind of the direct upload method. And then I want you all to go ahead and do that. You can pull it up right now and kind of work with me. If everyone wants to, why don't we go ahead and do that? Everyone who's in front of their computer and working, why don't you pull open your web browser and go to arcgis.com and log in.
When you upload data, if you update it yourself in ArcGIS Pro and then upload it back to ArcGIS Online with the same name, will it override and replace all those?
So what you can do from ArcMap or ArcPro is there's actually an option when you go to publish, there's like a little checkbox, you can publish a new service or overwrite an existing one.
Okay.
And exactly, that's an awesome workflow to be able to overwrite an existing service, because then you can just go out and collect more field data and you have more data, and then you overwrite that data on ArcGIS Online, and it automatically updates all of your web maps or web apps or anywhere that data is being used and plugged into AGOL, it just automatically live updates.
Okay.
Another
In
night.
that case, you have to upload from ArcGIS Pro rather than uploading directly.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way you can overwrite using this method I'm about to show you. I think if you want to overwrite, you have to do it using Arc, desktop ArcMap or ArcPro. But that can be really useful. Another great thing is with ArcPro now, ArcPro is pretty well integrated with AGOL. That's one reason they kind of came out with Pro, is to integrate it better with the online. You can actually just pull data sets from ArcGIS Online into Pro. Like, you don't have to download them and have them on your C drive. You can just, assuming you obviously have to be connected to the internet, but you can just pull that data that's hosted on AGOL into ArcGIS Pro and you can edit it. And then it's, you skip that little step then. You can just directly edit the data that's living in AGOL, but do it in ArcPro on your desktop. And so that's an even, depends on your workflow, your specific scenario, but that can be an even faster, easier way to have live data updating. All right, so is everyone logged in? I'm watching the chat box on the Zoom here too, so let me know through the chat box if anyone on the web, on the virtual end, is having trouble. So to upload content to AGOL, the first thing, y'all are gonna wanna find that folder that I emailed you. That has the class data in it. So wherever you save this Allpoints winter workshop folder, and inside that, there's this folder here called shape files from Denver Open Data. And these are the data that we're going to be working with online. Just a quick aside, this is not ArcGIS Online stuff, but just a quick, GIS fundamentals. For those of you that don't know, we call it a shape file. That's pretty common. I think most people who've dabbled in GIS at least know that. Oh yeah, that's the file type for GIS data, map data, is a shape file. One thing that a lot of people don't realize is that a shape file is actually like 6 or 7 files. And ArcGIS works specially when you look at it in ArcGIS, it only shows up as one file. You only see one, like in your catalog in ArcMap, you only see one file. It says crimes, Denver Open Data. But when you actually look at the files, like in your file explorer, you see this is two shape files. I have crimes and neighborhoods, points and polygons, vector data. But this is something that could get people, a lot of times people will just grab this .shp file and think that that's the shape file. But a shape file is actually all 6 or 7 of these things. You need all of them in order to have all the correct, in order for it to work. If you just grab the .shp, it's not going to work in ArcMap. It's not going to work in AGOL. You need all the parts. So that's just something to a little.
If you're starting from scratch, do you create an app? Do you create a map? What are you doing? Where are you starting?
So the first place I would start is to find data. So either upload data or search for the data you want. And then the next step would be to create a web map. And then you would create out of your web map, you would create a web app. And that's the workflow that I have you all kind of working through today.
You want me to put that flow up there on
Sure,
the, on
sure,
the
yeah.
board?
Yeah,
Because
sure.
It's definitely confusing. There's
Absolutely, yeah.
definitely a process to this. And sometimes you need to know what you need or want in the end, and that dictates the process that you follow. And I get hosed up on that all the time because I'm like, all right, I want this, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of it is that you may not have the right data either.
Yeah, Rich is entirely correct. You do want to think about kind of what your end product is. Do you want to have a parcel viewer? You know, that the citizens of your county can go around and click on parcels. In that case, like a web app is a good explanation. Are you doing some cool, you know, Parks and Rec initiative where you're putting in more trails or something, or you're just mapping out the parks in your town and you want to tell people about it, more of a public interface type thing. Hey, look, the city of Salida is doing this cool project, and you know, and you just want to inform people. In that case, like a story map is a good way to go. You know, maybe you have some kind of big, you're replacing all of the manhole covers in town or something like that. And you want town council or public works manager to be able to go online real quick and say, you know, we have 600 manhole covers in Salida, and so far this summer, we've gotten through 246 of them. You know, some kind of like a operations dashboard might be what you want to use in that case.
The other thing is look at the pre-existing, the pre-configured apps and so forth.
Right.
Because like parks, for example, Esri's got a really cool Parks Finder app. And all you have to do is load your data into it and it configures the map and the app and everything. And it's really easy.
All right. So my point being with the shape file, you see we have like 7 files here. Between 2 shape files, we have like 15 different actual files here. So before we can drag and drop, what we need to do is zip these. That's pretty common if you're passing a shape file up into online somehow, is they want you to zip it up first. And you can have multiple shape files. I actually wasn't sure of this. I had to test this last night to make sure this works. So all I want you to do is just take the shape files and just right click, and I use 7-zip. You all might have something else, but just zip it up. Whatever process you have, just get this folder into a .zip.
Nick, I just use the send to the folder. I don't have like the 7 application.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, you can definitely.
Okay, I wasn't sure if there's like a weird difference, like you said earlier, uploading data and stuff.
No, you can, yeah, send to compressed folders, fine. 7-zip is just another, it's a third-party software that does zipping and unzipping that I like to use. So get into a zipped folder, and then we'll go back here to ArcGIS Online. Make sure you're in your content space. Very important to make sure you're in your content from the white bar here. And then the upper left, click this new item button. And you can click to upload it from your device, or you can pull your folder back open and you can just drag and drop. And then it tells you that you're adding up a shape file. It recognizes that you're uploading a shape file. And you want to leave this top button checked. add the shape files, and create a hosted feature layer. Remember, that's part of uploading. Uploading data to AGOL is two parts. One is physically like doing the data transfer from our computer to AGOL servers. But then the second part is doing that file conversion. So if we click this bottom one, you're just doing the first part. That's just gonna do the file transfer. And if you have a shape file sitting in your AGOL, you can't immediately do anything with that. That's another good point, is that AGOL can be used as just like a file server. I mean, you can throw like a Word document into AGOL. You can't do much with it, but you can put it in there.
So Nick, you zipped all 7 of those component files.
Yes,
I generally just do the DBF, the PRJ, the SHP, and the SHX, and it works fine.
that's you, at the very bare minimum, you need those 4.
Okay.
You're right, yeah.
What enhancements would I get by zipping all 7 of them?
Oh, God. You're getting into
Hard,
It depends on the data set.
I'm not really sure what additional enhancements you get.
Because wasn't there like an XML file in there? So if you
Yeah.
wanted to export the JSON, you would need that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely just depends though, but sometimes you can get away with just like 4.
I think with just the 4, you lose your metadata.
That's probably.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah.
It's gonna be in the XML file and all that.
Yeah.
too, If there is any.
Yeah.
We don't have
Yeah.
to read all
I don't think I'm closing that.
But yeah, bare minimum for a shape file to work, you need the SHP, the SHX, the PRJ, and the DBF.
Nick, we got a question.
Yeah.
About how to navigate to where the data are stored on one C drive. I'm trying to help.
How to navigate to the C
Yeah,
drive?
how did you go and add layer? It's not coming up with,
Like right here,
yeah.
And then your
that
device?
item. That's the part that we're missing back here.
we're able to,
Oh, it's this PC is what you need.
your device, is that, are you clicking that?
Add layer and then look for my device.
Well,
Add layer?
Yeah, maybe that's.
I started with the untitled map, basically.
Oh, so that's the problem. You're inside the map viewer.
Yeah.
Go inside the content page for now. So make sure you're in your content.
That's a good teaching moment though, is that it's super.
It's super easy. Oh, yeah, yeah. So yeah, what you're
Not where
doing
we are.
is you're over here in your map. And he was clicking add layers into the web map.
And remember, when you do it that way, you don't have it in your content. You just have it in that.
So we want to go back to our content, make sure you're in your content.
Maybe I just go to the data that you gave us off the thumb drive, right? Or that we downloaded, and then click on that, hopefully it opens up. Is that in the right spot?
I just tried that and it didn't open up. It said it cannot upload a file.
You mean you didn't unzip your zip file?
I didn't unzip it because it's already a zip file, right?
Right, but there's multiple.
Well, no, it's a folder, so you have to, I just sent you a folder, so you need to zip up this folder first.
Yeah, okay.
I sent you a folder, you'll need to zip it,
Click on that. Here we go. Yep. If I just click on these.
and then new item, and you can go to your device, and I can go to find my folder. Make sure to grab the zip file,
You're okay, Jen?
and then make sure that you have this top one checked, so you're doing both steps. You're transferring the data and doing the conversion to turn it into a hosted feature layer, so that it's data that's usable on AGOL.
We should have down the valley Judy Road.
Give it a title. This is gonna end up being the name that shows up for your data set. So I'm just gonna call it Denver Training. We'll see in a minute here, you can set up folders. I'm gonna not save it in a folder. We'll talk about folders in a minute. Tags, this is what I was talking about earlier, where if you can add some tags in, it helps things get searched for easier. Since I'm not gonna share this out with anyone, the public or anything, I don't care about anyone finding my training data here. I'm just gonna type in X. Because it does make you put tags. You can't publish things without tags. So that's something I often do is I just put an X to, make it happy.
So that's what I should search for, X.
You can type in a summary, which again, it's important if you're sharing this, type something about your data, how it was collected, when it was collected,
A lot of us just copy the title and the summary.
if there's specific attribute values or something, if you have classes 1 through 4, like what, is 1 good or bad and 4, again, you can kind of use your own discretion, but
Do you have the temporary license?
yes, absolutely, yeah, no problem. Oh, okay. So, in this case, again, we're just doing training data. I'm not worried about this. I'm not gonna type anything, but I would encourage you to type a little bit of something in there. Just even for yourself, if you go back in 6 months or a year later, you're like, wait, what the hell is this data? What'd I do? And then all you're gonna do is click this save button.
One of our board
And it's gonna
members,
spin and upload.
and I don't know if she's gonna make it or not. Anna
Oh,
Williams,
let's see, I don't know.
yes, out of Durango. She'll be great, so she's done a lot of, well, she got so story.
Okay.
It seems like GIS people fall into 2 categories, very technical people.
Yeah.
She's more creative.
I
Knows how to make.
That's what we really want. And I come from like a very research heavy background, and so I'm really familiar
With the technical.
Yeah. But
Right.
yeah, so it's really different. Like
That
getting
should be-
to GIS online because it's so, I find it frustrating. So much.
This highlights what she was asking about earlier. If it already exists, you can't
It's called.
just replace it.
Yep, okay.
Where we'll drive you to
Tell me I already have it, so I'm just gonna,
This is really good for me here.
we'll call it
Yeah.
Denver training number 2.
Do they give you guys territories?
Um,
And just click that
we do
save
have,
button.
like, what they call priority
Oh, come on.
states. Yeah, and they, they're.
It's not liking I have the same name as things.
Yeah, it doesn't like your zip folder has the same name.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and just
Couple people in the Lakewood office are doing central
delete
coverage,
some of this
southern
stuff.
coverage, with somebody in Leadville that does this area and Fairplay. And then we have one person.
All right,
2 people
let's try this one more
that
time.
live in
New item,
One that lives in Westcliff.
your device,
Stationed on there.
grab our zipped up folder.
Around.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, Judy lived in.
Make sure the top one is clicked, add it and create the hosted
Yeah,
feature layer.
just an Alamosa. Yeah. That's, he was doing GIS for me. And trying his best.
Call this one
to keep cohesive and organized. I think he did a great job.
training data.
He's moving.
Again, I'll just add my X tag.
Cool.
Okay, I'll follow along here.
Yeah, don't miss
He's
it.
ahead of me.
There we go. So hopefully everyone else is ahead of me and has already maybe seen that. And if you get here to this page, then you've done it successfully. This is the item page, and we're going to talk more about content and stuff as soon as we're done uploading. But this is what's called the item page for this specific item. You can see I called mine training data. You might call yours something different. It doesn't matter what you call yours.
How do you rename that thing?
There's a little pencil deal right here. And so if I want to, I can rename it up here. And then click save. You can also, if you go back to your content, you should see the top thing is the training day that we just uploaded. And you can see it did 2 things. There's a shape file sitting here. That was the first step. It transferred the shape file. And then it did that data conversion to turn the shape file into a hosted feature layer. So you end up with two kind of items, two kind of files in your AGOL content.
How did you get the feature layer again?
It does that automatically when you upload it.
Because we're just seeing a shape file here.
So you want to make sure to grab your shape files, and right here in this first step, there's these two options. And you need to make sure that you have create a hosted feature layer. The other thing you can do is you can do that conversion process here on AGOL. If I click on the shape file, not the feature layer, but the shape file. You'll see, I should have the option to publish this. It's not even. One of the things here should allow me to publish it.
I think they moved it under share.
No,
Oh,
What are you looking for?
Yeah,
publish, to publish the shape file.
No, don't you have to,
I wonder if
It should be right
it's
here.
already published, so.
Oh, maybe it won't let you republish it.
won't show you.
Yeah.
So it's not giving the option for the feature layer on here.
it may be because of his AGOL account.
That could very well be, yeah, because this is the first time I've ever opened it.
Do you have just the single user, the $100, or is it the free one?
I got Arc map.
So
Yeah,
here's
I'm working on it.
that one and let's take a look. So, yeah, it's just. What's that drop down?
It may be your user account.
Okay, well, yeah, that's, yeah, because I just use the person I've ever been fed in here, so.
Yeah, so, let's see this. That's one thing that's a pain. Is, how you should set it up. Yeah, what your user account is. It's a free level account. See what kind of account you have.
It's tied to a very old version of our. But it's, you know, I've paid to make it, so it's just an old version.
Yes, you should be okay then. Where?
So one thing I find kind of interesting is that when I loaded it off the shape file.
At the very least, what you can do,
Folder. We have 2 layers in there. And then if you go to the content,
log in with a different username.
you have
you'll have both the.
they're both in the feature layer and not separate. So like you can't see the crimes, and you can't remember what the other layer is that you have in there.
How many, how many layers are there supposed to be in that zip file?
2.
2.
Which
Long
is
as you use
fine.
that,
I think
that's a full
maybe
privilege
just
account.
like, what ArcGIS
Allpoints.
Online
Okay,
does
so
for it.
that whole,
Then
That's
if
the
I open it,
username and that's the password.
just 22.
it's gonna show me that there's 2,
Yeah, training password 22.
but I just found it.
It looks like it might be your user account
And
type, but you
oh,
don't have.
oh,
Yeah.
But I just found it interesting that they're not like 2 separate content items.
Where you can find out
That-
what type of
yeah,
user
that
account
is-
you have.
Your profile page contains basic info about.
So I don't know what that means for
Oh,
like making
okay.
projects.
Yeah.
It's good to
Oh,
discover
and your
questions.
visibility.
Yeah. It looks like it might just be, yeah, like a lower level user account.
Nick?
Yes.
Jen has an interesting observation.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a question yet.
When she goes to the
Oh, you're on the
content,
right side.
she only has one layer.
Yep.
But when she clicks on it.
There's 2. Yep,
Okay,
yep.
okay, that's by design.
Yes, yes, that's a good point. I mean, we are getting there. So yeah, one thing that y'all may have noticed is we had 2 shape files, right? But when you upload it, you just get one one item here, one hosted feature layer. And that's because, and this is confusing, I almost wish it didn't work this way, just because it's, would make it less confusing. It can be useful sometimes, but one hosted feature layer, one item here does not necessarily mean only one data set. You can shove multiple data sets into one feature layer. So if I click here on training data, and scroll down, you'll see there's the two layers that are in there. I have a point layer of crimes and I have a polygon layer of neighborhoods. And you can have a ton of these. I've seen feature class or hosted feature layers that have like 100 different layers in them. I've seen ones like broken out like per county, and there'll be like 64 different items in here, one for each county in Colorado. So
What's kind of the implication for multiple projects and multiple maps then, if you're gonna, I mean, load data like this and you want to reuse a layer in multiple different projects, not just this one?
So-
Is it gonna be harder to find it?
no, it makes it a little bit of a pain. So like, you'll see if I go into my map and I go to add data into my map, and we're getting a little ahead of myself here, but that's okay. Search for layers, and you'll see the top thing that'll come up is my training data, because that's the most recent thing I uploaded. If I click plus, it adds both of those things into my map.
Both the points and
It adds the points and the polygons, and so like if I don't want one of them, I have to click remove. So this can be really annoying if you have like I've seen, like I said, like ones where it's broken out like per county. You have like 64 different layers in there, one for each county in Colorado, and you only want your county. You click add data in here and you get 64 different layers. So then you have to go to 3 dots and click remove 63 times. That's a pain in the ass.
So
So it can be nice because then it allows you to kind of upload everything like in one go, right? That's kind of where it can be useful, is like you can use that overwrite a layer feature I was telling you about. And you can overwrite a whole bunch of stuff at once, instead of having to do overwrite layer and do it 64 times or whatever, to update for every single county. You can overwrite layer once, do one publishing process and overwrite all 64 at the same time. So it's kind of,
It's nice if you've got like groups of things that you want to put in every map, like being a city. We want to show the adjacent city boundaries and we shade them different colors. And we typically put, street center lines and street names and whatever. And so we have one service that has all of those data layers in it.
Space.
No.
It didn't like what I.
Yeah, no space, sorry, just
And are
training.
they- and are they all
Yeah, like
caps
like-
like that or not?
So the username is similar, essentially the username doesn't even matter. The password is a capital T that commonly go together, like maybe, like
No
most everything.
space.
Yeah.
Is that-
You're bound
is that
to
an
your
underscore
jurisdiction.
there?
Up there, that's an underscore, yes. Training for underscore, what have you, those are good things to bring together.
Like
You
group
know,
parcels and
then stuff that
addresses.
You want to manipulate a lot, like say parcels. And it's a big data set, probably, publish that by itself. Some of these things can take a long time to publish, and then he'll show you how you analyze. We're probably not gonna do that, anyway, some things just don't want to publish right, and you don't know why. What Nick's showing us is like the kind of foolproof way to load data. But if you were on the desktop and you published through Pro or ArcGIS, ArcMap, there's a way that you can analyze the data first, so that when you try to publish it, it'll catch those issues and it'll warn you, but not always in the best way, how to fix things. I can show that stuff.
all right. In the interest of time, let's keep chugging along. I'm gonna speed through these slides a little bit because a lot of what's in these slides we've already kind of covered. just discussion of what I was just showing you, which is good. That's, I prefer to demo things and learn in discussion than just looking at your slides, so. I'll go through some of this pretty quickly. So once we have things uploaded, which I know some of us are still working on, we'll get there. Once you have things uploaded and you have some data sitting in your content here, kind of what do we do with it? Where can we go from there? And the first thing really is just, kind of managing the content, just moving the files around, putting files into folders, just data organization like you would do on your regular computer. So up here in the upper left, you'll see there's a list of folders. You have to make the folders. So if you have a brand new AGOL account, you've never logged in before, you might not have any folders, but you can make folders. And then if you click on a folder, you go in that folder and there's kind of the main area, the main part of the content page is a list of all of the items in that folder. There's different folders here. The reason I point this out is these top two ones get confusing. No matter what, you have those top two folders, all my content, and then the one that has your username with a little house logo, like your home. All the other folders under there are ones that I have created for my own AGOL. You will have different ones. But those top two are there no matter what. The all my content, that one makes pretty good sense. It's everything. It's all the content, everything in all the folders. Just shows you everything. The home folder is kind of like, it's like the unsorted, or it's things that you don't have in a folder. Like when you upload to AGOL, you'll see it had an option when you were uploading, you can put it inside a folder if you want. If you don't choose to what folder you want to upload things into when you're doing that upload process, it just sticks it in this home space. So it's just kind of like, yeah, it's like things that haven't been put into folders, basically, is all this unsorted content. There's a little button up here. Some of you already probably found it, a little plus button to create a new folder. And that's how I got all these like folders down here. You can see for my various projects I have. So
I find it's useful to have a folder for your published maps and apps, separate from a folder of your data. I find that's what makes it a lot easier to find stuff.
yep, and that all depends. I mean, I'm sure, every one of us has a slightly different way of how we like to organize our files. Some people have 2 icons on their desktop, some people have 200 icons on their desktop. But it's all kind of personal preference, whatever makes sense for you. But you can organize your things into folders. We've already seen some of this. You can see the names of the items, and they have different icons. Esri's pretty good about using like different icons, different colors, to just like little visual cues. So we've already seen like the data sets, anything that's a data set has this little like yellow box with a map pin on it kind of icon.
Have you figured out, and you don't have it up there, but the web map application
Yes.
is different from a web map?
Yes.
How do you just like how do you tell the difference when you're just looking at it like this?
Well, so here, like if I go in and pull up my ArcGIS Online again, and if I get out of the map, there we go. I go back to my content. So right here, here's a web map. I know it's a web map because it says it's a web map.
And then the mapping application.
The mapping applications down here at the bottom,
They're so similar, the icons.
the icons are very similar, yes. So one thing that I often do, and you'll see here, I put the words web map and web app in the name. That's one thing I always do. It's like, it's just a personal preference of mine, but then I know like, hey, this is the web app. Every single web app I make, I give it a name, and then the end of it is _ web app, so that I can try to keep track of what I have going on. But you're right, no, the icons are very similar.
And then the difference between the two, the web app is just a map, and then the web mapping application is more like a dashboard display, kind of where you can add you know.
Well, exactly.
name And all that kind of
So-
stuff. It looks like a web page.
Yeah, the web map, the biggest difference between a web map and a web app is accessibility.
Mhm.
In order to get to this web map, I have to log in to ArcGIS Online and search for it, and then I can open up this web map in the web map viewer here.
Right, because you have to make the web map in order to bring it into the web map application.
So this might be good, yeah, for like sharing with someone else in your organization, among your other kind of tech team, if you have some GIS people. You know, you can maybe share this out with your GIS person or whatever, and they can log in and use the web map, okay. For the most part, though, this isn't great, right? This isn't, you're not gonna, if you have, you know, the public or just anyone outside, you're not gonna give every single person an AGOL username. So the biggest difference is when you take this map and you turn it into a web app, is you make it accessible out to the public. You make it to where, like, I'll go back and just use my Eagle County GIS viewer again. And this one, you have to have it shared publicly, but this one, you don't have to log into AGOL. You don't have to use AGOL. Like I told you before, like you probably use these and not even known it. Like you don't, the average person, right, doesn't, unless you are really paying attention, like the average person doesn't know that they're using ArcGIS Online right now.
Right.
They just know that they're on the parcel map and they can zoom around and use the parcel map. So that's the biggest difference is to get to the web map, you have to log into AGOL, you have to be using AGOL. Versus the web app is just, bam, it loads, it's a map, it's consumable. Any Joe Schmo can hopefully figure this out.
Yeah, I always kind of think of the web map as my draft area. You check things out, see, make everything's working. But then when you put it into the application, then you make it accessible to the public.
Yeah, and you cannot do the application without the map first to feed into it, yeah.
Exactly,
That's
you have to have data,
Every app, yeah.
yep, that goes into a web map. That Rich has on the whiteboard back here, which I know doesn't help anyone online. Because you have to have your data,
Well,
Your
walk
data
back
goes into
there
a web
and the
map?
owl will follow you.
and then, so data goes into a web map, and then you take your web map and you turn it into a web app. That's pretty much the starting point for most AGOL processes, at least, is get your data up there and then make a web map. And then you can do different things with that. You can turn into a web app. You can also use your web map to plug into a dashboard. That's how you do collector. If you want to go out and do collector, you have to make a web map first, and then there's some processes to turn a regular web map into a collector ready web map. But for most of your processes, that's going to kind of be where you want to start, is get your data, put it into a web map, and then you'll take your web map and wrap it inside some other application or something like that. We just saw this item types, tells you, there's these little icons that kind of clue you into the sharing status. We've talked about this a little bit, and we'll talk more. The lock means it's just you. It's not shared with anyone else. In order to see that data set, you have to be logged into ArcGIS Online with your user account. Your coworkers who have AGOL accounts in the same organization won't be able to see it. It's just you. And this isn't always bad, but again, remember what I told you, that AGOL, the main power of it, the primary use of it is it's a sharing tool. So I'm not saying that it's wrong to have data that's just yours, but think about it. If you have data up here that's only yours, is AGOL the best place to be doing what you're doing? I guess I'll leave it there. Again, not wrong, but it's a sharing tool. So if you have a little office building icon, it means it's shared with your organization. So anyone that has an AGOL username within your org. And again, that may be a lot, that may be a few. The little couple people icon is for groups, this is the most powerful one. This is the one you'll probably use most often, is a group. You can.
A question from the online people.
Yes.
Can a person apply a user group to a web app? Or are they all, or are web apps always?
No, web apps are not always public facing. You can set your web apps to be,
Group only?
and any of these. You can have a web app that's just shared with you. I mean, again, it's like, well, what are you doing there? Does it make sense? But you can do that. That web app I was showing you earlier with the nape imagery in it, that's locked down to just a group. That's just, I think I might have that shared organizationally, but that's locked down to just people within my company. I don't have that like out for the public. So, yeah. No, you can absolutely, any of your things, the data, the web map, the web app, a dashboard, a story map, any of these items, anything here in this list can be shared any of these ways. Yes.
Question, like, I get hung up on sharing all the time, and
That's because you're a selfish bastard.
yeah, exactly. And many people that I work with also do. And it has something to do with sharing your data layers, your hosted feature data layers. You have to share those with a group.
Yeah, so everything,
But you also have to share the map and the app, if you have one, with the same group.
yeah,
Because if you mix and match, you don't share the data layers, then nothing works for anybody else. But it
yeah,
works for you because you're the owner,
yeah.
right? Did I explain that
Yep,
right?
that's exactly right. So we'll talk about this more too. There's a hierarchy, right? I was just talking about you have to have your data, and then your data goes into a web map, and then your web map goes into a web app. And you have to follow that hierarchy when you're sharing. So if you want your web app to be publicly shared, the web map has to be publicly shared, and the data has to be publicly shared as well.
Okay.
We just ran into that over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of that like nesting hierarchy, the data, and then you put your data inside a map, and then you take your map and you put it inside an app, and everything, all those stacked, items, everything has to be consistent.
And it will tell you that you're not, that certain shares have to be updated.
That's correct.
So-
Yep, thankfully. It didn't used to do that, but it does now, and in the latest version, yeah.
I have a question. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just gonna ask you real quick, so this one, it was shared just with the owner using this login here, and it wasn't even giving the option to open it in AGO. Is that typical?
Not sure I'm following.
It was your username and the password, and when it opened up initially, I couldn't view it any place.
The feature layer was only viewable by the owner of the username and password, and we had to change it to public for it to give him the option to open it in a web map. It wasn't even, it would only give desktop as the,
That's weird.
is it? Okay.
I think you have something weird going on with your AGOL login.
It's
Well, no, it's-
And it's my AGOL,
Yeah,
okay.
correct,
Well,
yeah.
something weird going on with my AGOL. I don't know, that's a funny one. That's a weird one. We can troubleshoot that. I don't know off the top of my head.
Maybe it's just a one-off.
And Jen, what was your question?
Yeah, I had a question about maybe people's opinions on, like the Colorado open lands. We're basically trying to just take everybody that's doing GIS in their own way and offload it onto me so that we can standardize our practices. But we still want to give people mapping capabilities. Like they want to go in, they want to see the property boundary. They might want to look at what other public lands are around or private lands are around the property. So do you think that, making a map in ArcGIS Online for other people to use that can go in and play around with the data but not change the data, would that be best done in a web map or making a web application and not?
I think you'd want to use the web application,
Yeah.
but you have to make a web map first. You have to make a map and then turn it into an app.
Do you think sharing the web app is still better than sharing the web map? Because people they're comfortable with ArcGIS, but
Then, yeah, that would be kind of an organizational decision. If you have people that are comfortable, like, yeah, I have an AGOL login and I know how to go into a web map and zoom around and use it, and sure.
okay.
I mean, that's fine. You can, when you're publishing from desktop, you have some more options where you can set things to not be editable or be editable, for instance. So you could have like a shape file on your computer that's your one that you edit, and then you can publish it up to AGOL, and you can say, well, it's not editable on AGOL though. So people can view it, but they can't, mess up your data.
What I've done, I think to also partly answer your question, what I've done is that, like, I think of the web app as like a much more refined, it's like a book. A final book, it's published, it's good, and you can lock down what your users, not only who sees it, right, with sharing, but what users can do. So it'll inherit the ability to edit data layers. Let's say you don't want your users, your coworkers to edit these three layers. You can lock that down, turn editing off, and then consume it in your web app, and they're simply read-only. They can query it, they can do everything, but they can't change it. They also can't unload stuff off the web app either. It's locked down. The web map is much more flexible. They could do some serious damage there, actually, if they really want it.
Exactly.
Save over things. So when I have users that I know aren't real savvy, I go with a web app. And there's tons of cool options too for making those as snazzy as you want. You can customize it. You can customize those things too. In AGO, not so much in Portal, but in AGO, there are a lot of options, to do various kinds of web apps. I can probably bring up a couple later on if you guys want.
Yeah.
Kinds of cool things, picture viewers, all kinds of good stuff.
So yeah, no, you can definitely, you can share your web map with other people, just make sure, you trust them.
Exactly.
They're people that have the skills, they know what they're doing, and, you trust them to not screw your stuff up.
Thank you.
Quickly, just going to the content, there's this little thing where you can click and star things. It's not really that useful. There's a spot where you can go to your favorites. If you're in your content, there's a little sub bar, you can go to favorites. I don't really use it that much. I don't find it that useful, but it's there. The three dots, this is an important one just because this is all over the place in ArcGIS Online. Anytime you see the three dots, sometimes they're horizontal, sometimes they're vertical, but three dots always means a menu. So you can click on it and get to some kind of a menu. And the menu that you get depends on what type of thing you clicked on, right? So if you click on a feature service, which again, remember that's data. So a data set, we can take a data set and we can add it to a map. We can open it in the 3D scene viewer. If we have a web map, it doesn't give us the option to open the web map in a web map. We can open our data in a web map, but it's already a web map. So it doesn't tell us to open up a web map. We can do different things with it. If we've taken it as far as having a web application, you can view it or edit it, right? You don't add a web app into a web map. You don't, right? So kind of the farther along the hierarchy you go, the shorter your menu gets. But just keep an eye out for that. Anytime you see those three dots, it's always gonna be some kind of a menu you can click and open. This is an important one. This is kind of how you work with things. You can check on the left-hand side. I'm sure you've seen those check boxes. You can check on items. You can check on multiple items at once. You can hold down your shift key and like click and select everything in between. You can use control to select multiple if you want. But you check some things on and then you'll get these buttons that pop up at the top where I can delete these two files. I can click to share them. That's where you can choose, public, organization, group. I can click to change the sharing on these two files. I can click to move them into a different folder. If I want to just do some data organization, this is how you move things in between folders. There's also this categorize button, which gets complicated. It's useful for large organizations. Like the Forest Service, for instance, uses they have a category that's like timber sales, and every data set that's to do with timber sales, they put it. It's kind of just like, it's very similar, like tags almost. Just it's I don't think a lot of you will need to use that. It's really something that large organizations mostly do. But it just kind of is another way to organize and throw things into bins. Yes, Jeannie?
The share here, I haven't used this that much, but does that provide that URL to share it that way?
No, so you do that from the item page.
Okay, and send in a follow-up question then with the new viewer, the classic viewer has the share button at the top and it provides that URL. The new viewer does not.
Yep.
I don't know anything about that new viewer. I hate it. I absolutely hate that new map viewer. I am going to tell you not to use
The
it. if you want
symbology options are way better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's a lot
But
to
the
like.
share
Yeah, but the
is-
editing tools suck.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
it's got its pluses and
it.
minuses.
Just trying to do anything. I feel like it takes like 15 clicks to do
Yeah.
anything. There's so it's so like, there's like
Yeah, it's
menus
kind of
buried
very-
within
But I
menus.
do like that you can customize the
The
cartography
symbology.
piece,
Okay.
yeah, is way better, but I've never found a way to share it by popping up a URL. What's the point?
Have you tried to, if you're doing using the new map viewer, you do all that and you save it. And then to get to that URL, have you tried to open that
Back
up
in
in
the
the
whole-
classic? Then you can get the URL, then you can go back. You
Will
know,
it
like,
retain all the changes to the?
I'm not sure.
Because that's the thing is I don't think it will support, like if you do graduated symbols and stuff like that and change those colors.
Because those aren't
Oh,
supported
you
in the
don't
old
open
map
it.
viewer.
It
Well,
might,
that's what I'm saying is will it retain those selections?
or you
They
can
won't.
save,
No, I don't think it
I
does
don't think
because they're
so
not
either.
supported in the old map viewer.
yeah, I
Yeah.
seem to remember having that same issue, because that URL is really handy to
Mhm.
just send it over in an email, and it's, it's a direct link. Assuming that your users are up in AGO or in Portal. Portal, by the way, is AGO for organizations, internal within, behind your firewall, okay? Use them interchangeably in this environment. Because I use both, I'm on both ends, sharing publicly for clients, also doing work internally.
Yeah.
I have noticed that URL is a real pain.
Okay.
There is a way to do it, you can't, it's not,
Not as easy
I'll
as-
poke around and I'll show you guys, because I'm curious now too, because
Okay,
I have to find it, and it takes me like 10 million clicks to get it.
all right,
It's
yeah,
there,
I
though.
just wondered if I was missing something.
I'm
So-
looking through it too right now. I can't find it.
Okay, yeah.
Now, if anyone wants to talk about that new map viewer, yeah, talk to them. I absolutely can't stand it. I refuse to use it. I will not use it. I will keep using. Anyways. You've probably already seen this from the content page. If you click on any one item, you go to the specific page for that item. And again, what this looks like depends on, what type of thing you clicked on. But like here, I clicked on a data set and you can see at the bottom, it lists what data layers are in here. I only have one layer in here. I like to try to keep it 1-to-1. I showed you can have multiple data layers. For the sake of simplicity, I usually keep mine one data layer inside. Over on the right-hand side, you have a list of buttons here. And again, what buttons you have depends on what thing you clicked on. For the data here, I can open it in the map viewer. I can also open it in, this is a little bit out of date, this screenshot. You'll see when you click around, it'll say open in map viewer, or you'll see map viewer classic. I just told you all what I think about what's called the map viewer, which is the new one, but it's the
Pain in the
map
ass.
viewer is the new one. The one that's called classic is the old one. And that's the one, like the exercise I'll walk you through coming up next year, uses the classic one. So don't let that confuse you. Some of my screenshots might not be totally up to date. Again, play with the new map viewer if you want to, or the one that just says map viewer. I mean, I'm not gonna discourage you from doing that. I have a strong preference for the classic one. You've probably already seen too, there's the kind of the white nav bar at the top of our AGOL that gets us between the main spaces. But then underneath the white navigation bar, there's a blue navigation bar that takes us to kind of, just different spots as well. So for like a data set, the overview is where we were. That's right here. You can see we're on the overview tab at the top there in the blue. The data and visualization, it shows you the table. The visualization really just kind of shows you like a little mini web map. I don't ever use the data or the visualization ones. Usage can be kind of interesting. It shows you how often people looked at your stuff. So like if you have something that's shared and you want to see if people are actually looking at it, I put this public web app out there to try to tell the community about our new parks project, or like, is anyone actually looking at it? How many times has this website been loaded?
And it's a great way for billing and invoicing.
Oh.
If you're doing a web application for a client, and you've got the license and everything, that's a great way to invoice them by how many people are seeing it and using it.
Settings.
$5 million of you.
Settings is one that I do use. So I'd say definitely like overview is the main one. You'll use that. You know, for just getting started, I wouldn't worry about any of the ones in the middle. The settings is the other one that you'll kind of use. I'm not going to go through every single setting.
Oh.
Extremely boring. But a few important ones, delete protection. This is a nice one if you have things that are important. And this works for all different types of items. So delete protection works on data or your feature services. It works on web maps. It works on web applications. If you have something that's important and you don't want to accidentally delete it and have to redo it, this is a good option. You cannot, I just showed you a couple slides back where you can click on things and delete them. It will not let you delete things that have delete protection turned on. If you want to delete these items, you have to go into the settings, you have to uncheck to turn the delete protection off, and then it'll let you delete. I mentioned this earlier, so I have a question. You can keep track of if you're allowed to edit the data or not. This can matter on like if you're doing field data collection, if you want to create a map for like collector, your whole point is you want people editing data in the field, so you need to make sure to turn that on. If you're, you know, more often than not, probably you're just doing a map that's meant to be viewed, you know, people look at it and get information, but if you don't want people editing the data, you can check that. Export data, if you want to let other people, you know, download it, basically, a better way to say that would be download. If you want to give other people the ability to download your data set, you can choose to do that. Quickly going through, again, the blue, kind of the sub navigation bar when you're in your content. There's a few different spots here you can see. The first spot is my content. That's where we've been living and working. That's where you'll live and work most of the time, right? Your stuff, your content. Favorites, this is where I was showing you, you can click that little star to star things and make it, and all that does is it just shows up here in my favorites. I know some people like the AGOL manager for the U.S. Forest Service regional office in Denver. She uses this because she has like literally like probably like 3,000 data sets up in her AGOL. And so she has ones that she uses all the time, like the forest boundaries, the forest roads. So it can be useful if you have a ton of data and there's like 5 data sets you use all the time. I don't really use it very much, but you know, you may find it useful.
Everything's my favorite.
Yeah. Groups. This is an important one. If you have data that's been shared with you through a group, which over lunch here, I'll work to get our AGOL group spun up. I sent out an email to everyone yesterday asking you to send me your AGOL username so I could make a group for us. I neglected to do that last night because this guy kept me out drinking whiskey. But I will do that over lunch. So if things get shared with the group, this is where you can see things that, like if you're in a group and there's content shared with that group, this is where you can see that. My organization, again, this shows you things that are shared organizationally. So if you, depending on if you have a big or a small organization, that may be just your stuff in here. If you're the only one in your organization, then my organization and my content's the same thing. But again, if you like, this is a screenshot from the U.S. Forest Service, and you can see like, you know, between the whole U.S. Forest Service, they have tons of things shared with the organization. The last one, and this is one, I think I've mentioned this, I really want you to be aware of this. It's called the Living Atlas. And the Living Atlas is, again, I was talking about this a little earlier, it's curated data. Esri, the company ESRI, Esri, the company that makes ArcGIS, they have people whose whole job it is to maintain data. And I gave the example of wildfires. You can see that's on here, active hurricanes and cyclones. There are so many data sets in the Living Atlas. And the whole point I want to make is that this is good data, it's authoritative data that someone else is maintaining and updating, and you can just grab it and have it. You don't have to worry, you can trust this, you know, you can trust that it's good quality data. Like I said, you don't have to do anything. It's just there. You have good data, you can put it in your web maps, you have your current wildfire boundaries, and that's gonna be, I mean, you'd wanna click on this maybe, and you could get some information about how often they update it. I would guess, probably not now in January, but during wildfire season, they're probably updating this on a daily basis. So you can just have the latest wildfire perimeters or the latest, you know, wherever the hurricane moves overnight. When you load your map in the morning, you'll see where the hurricane currently is. And there's tons of this. Roads, if you want roads data, Forest Service boundaries, wilderness areas, rest stops along the highway, schools, police stations, rivers, lakes, anything that is kind of like a base map layer, something that's like a pretty basic, like base map type of layer like that. Go ahead and search for it in Living Atlas. It won't hurt you at all, right? It's really nice for stuff like that. Like you can search for hydrography and you can get your rivers and streams without having to like go to the USGS and download the streams data set and then maybe clip it down to the county you're in and then upload it to AGOL. And then you have a streams data set that's in your AGOL content that you have to manage and, you know, update. And streams don't change that much luckily, but you have to update it. You know, it's your thing to deal with versus just go to Living Atlas, grab the streams data and it's done. You never have to touch it. You never have to think about it. So there's just so much freaking data in the Living Atlas. I see a couple of questions, thoughts? Peter?
Searching for existing data between the Living Atlas and this ArcGIS Online. You showed us the magnifying glass earlier.
Yeah.
Everything in the Living Atlas is Esri.
It's either Esri or like a approved data partners. You'll see stuff like from the US Forest Service. You'll see stuff from FEMA. So there's not a real difference when you search for all of ArcGIS Online. You'll get, I mean, if you search for wildfires, you'll get 10,000 different layers of wildfires. Some of them are going to be good authoritative data, like from Esri or the Forest Service, and some of them might be from Jimmy Bob. You know, and not that Jimmy Bob's data is bad, but you probably need to find out how good Jimmy Bob's data is. So
yeah,
the only difference is Living Atlas is it's that authoritative curated.
Sometimes I'll search in Living Atlas, can't find what I'm looking for, then I'll just browse ArcGIS Online. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. So often I'm bouncing between the two of them trying to find what I'm looking for.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And that's something that a lot of you will probably want to do is, you know, search all of ArcGIS Online versus the Living Atlas. It's just the level of trust you can have in it. When you find something not in the Living Atlas, you just want to do a little more due diligence to look into who's publishing it, who that person is. And it's usually, you know, it's usually legit. You find someone from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, you know, whatever, someone whose username is _CDOT. You're like, well, okay, I can probably trust this CDOT employee's data. You know, but you might want to ask, you might want to click on their username and send them an email or whatever. Hey, is it okay if I use your data? Is there anything I should know about it before I use your data?
Are they translatable back to ArcMap?
What?
Version, things you find on, online on the, what do you call it?
Well, so what you can do
Living Atlas, yeah.
is from ArcMap or ArcPro, you can actually add data in from the Living Atlas. So you can pull it in that from the add data button in ArcMap or ArcPro, your yellow plus add data button. That's one of the options you have is to add data from ArcGIS Online.
Catalog too, you can do it.
Yep, you can also do it in the catalog pane as well. But yeah, it's right in there, add data from ArcGIS Online. It's in both ArcMap and ArcPro. And it gets you to a similar interface. You could do that in ArcMap and type in wildfires and you would be able to find the same data layer.
Like, one of the cool things is putting in like weather radar.
Yeah.
Super cool to support your field teams. You know, then, you know, we're a project manager back in the office. They want to check the conditions of the site so they can be smarter about health and safety. You know, I found some pretty cool, you know, weather related, you know, streaming services from NOAA, for instance.
Yeah, weather's actually a really good example.
Really
Yeah.
cool one.
Oh, yeah,
It found fun. Play with.
So the search feature in ArcGIS Online does not outsource and grab Living Atlas data. You have to search them both separately.
No, I think it should. I think if you use the search bar, it should find you the Living Atlas.
All of that stuff, okay.
Of course, if I say that, it's gonna be the opposite, but
And
All
ne-
right.
And next month they'll change all the terminology anyway.
they will.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right, getting close to the end here. Sharing. And again, we saw this, I can go through this pretty quickly. You do it in the contents pane, you check on one or more items that you'd like to share. You hit your little share button. And you have 4 options. Owner, which is just you. Organization, remember everyone in your company or organization, everyone in the entire world that has access to the internet. And then down at the bottom is groups, which again is probably the one you'll use the most, I would guess. It's the most flexible because you can share it with just a group of people, but those people have to have AGOL usernames. So if you want to share it with someone who doesn't have an AGOL username, someone who, doesn't know how to, or doesn't have the knowledge to use AGOL, then you're going to be living in the public world.
Do you have to have the group set up before you get to this point?
You do, yes. This is what we were talking about earlier, kind of that hierarchy that you have your hosted data that goes into a web map, that goes into a web app. And all 3 things have to be shared the same. You can't have your data shared, like not shared, just shared with you, but have your web application shared publicly. It can work backwards. You can have your hosted data shared publicly and your web app only shared with your company, right? It can go one way, but not the other way, I guess, if that makes sense. And luckily Pete mentioned this, it's probably been a couple years now, they added in some nice little, just reminders. It used to be you had to remember to do this, but now, like if you go to share a web map, publicly, it'll give you a warning. Hey, the data inside this web map is not publicly shared. You need to do that. And you can just click one button and it'll change the sharing on your data for you as well. So this is not as big of an issue as it used to be because they gave us some nice little, they added some little fail-safe checks in there. Groups in AGOL. These are musical groups. AGOL is not used to make music. Anyone? What we got? Top left.
Oh, come on. Gee, even I know that. It's the 2 bottom right. I don't know.
The 2 bottom. Does anyone know the one in the middle?
Not Smokey Robinson and Miracles.
No.
Spencer Davis Group?
No.
No, okay.
It's Toots and the Maytals.
Oh, I should know that.
Reggae.
And who's?
Lake Street Dive is they're the only one of these bands that's still active. They're a newer band. They're fabulous.
Oh,
That's Led Zeppelin.
Led Zeppelin, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all look the same from the 70s.
In fact, one of
The
the,
shirtless with the
hair
yeah.
one of the Stones is dead.
Yeah, Robert Plant, I've only seen his
Drummer.
profile, it's hard to.
I can't remember his
Yeah.
name.
These guys are great. If you haven't heard of these guys, look them up. They're really good. So groups. Again, I think I've explained this. They're just groups of usernames. They really are the same as like, we have a good.
Grateful Dead's.
They really are the same as like a group on Facebook or social media. It's just a group of usernames. And you can post things to the group and it goes out to that set of usernames. So your group could be just you and one other dude. It could be 500 people in your group. All just depends. Like the Forest Service, the way they set up a lot of their stuff is they have a group for each national forest. And maybe even each ranger district has its own group. So if they can, share something out with all employees of the White River National Forest. So it's kind of how you do it. You create the group, which is really easy. Then you add users into your group. You can either invite them or you can make a group public. So it's like searchable and discoverable, again, just like Facebook. Then you share some content with the group, some data, some maps, some applications, and then those group members can see it and consume it. So from groups, that is one of the things across the white bar at the top. If you go from that white bar and you click on groups, you get to this page. And in the middle here, kind of the biggest main part is just a list of all of your groups, the ones that you own, the ones that you're a member of, it's just all your groups. There's a plus button up in the upper left to create a new group. And similar to the content, if we click on one of these groups, it opens up, kind of the page for that specific group. When you're in there, you see you can use kind of the blue, the sub navigation bar to navigate around your groups. You really don't need to do a whole lot here. All I really usually do with groups, I just hit this blue button, invite users. There's some other settings you can set up about like whether people in the group can edit data or download data. You can get kind of specific about locking down what your group members can and can't do. I don't want to go through all of that.
When you invite users, does that send an email?
You have the option to do that or not. So one thing, I think, just a general thing I hope you'll notice that ArcGIS Online is fairly intuitive, more so certainly than the desktop software. You go into these settings and like the things make sense.
Yeah.
It's not these like cryptic, weird tech terms. It's like, it says, like what are group members allowed to download? What are group members allowed to edit? At least you can scroll through it and it's logical. It makes sense. You can kind of figure out what you're doing pretty well. I'm not saying it's totally perfectly, easy, but for the most part, AGOL is pretty understandable. Like here, you can see here's some of them. You can put delete protection on a group, just like your content items. Like who can view this group? Only the group members, only people from your organization, or is it a public group? Contribute content, who can share content with the group? Is it just the group members? Or is all the group members or only the owner, which is you? So again, I won't go through all these. You can see it's fairly intuitive. The things make sense. If you scroll through here, you can kind of figure out. All right. And with that, we are at exercise number 2, which is step-by-step instructions in the folders. There's a PDF called exercise 2, organize and share data. Wonder if we want to, this is short-ish, should only take us 15, maybe 20 minutes. I'll leave it out to the room. Would we rather do this and then break for lunch? Or it is bright noon on the dot right now. We can break for lunch and then come back and start with an exercise. It doesn't matter one bit to me.
I think do it.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Excellent. Why don't we let's take 20 minutes. That should be enough time, and unless people run into issues, that should be enough time to finish this up. Let's take 20 minutes to work through exercise number 2. Again, step-by-step instructions in your folder. And we'll go 20 minutes and we'll break for lunch at 12:20. And then we'll come back around 1:20, 1:30-ish. And if people need more time to work on this after lunch, we can certainly take some time after lunch to finish going through this as well. So everyone online, yeah, go ahead and go into your folders and find that exercise number 2 instructions. And start working through that. I will be watching the chat box, or feel free to just unmute yourself and chime in here. But if anyone online needs help, let us know, and we're here to help you.
We'll be back.
What is Marva Almano, CEO of? She's the CEO of something. Yeah, been very informative.
Okay, I'll just.
Yeah, unhook yourself.
Yeah, I need to.
There we go. All right. What I'm going to do, while you all doing this, get my group together. So that when you all get to the end and try to share things with the group, there's a group that exists for you to do that.
Excuse me. And it's probably not making it.
She sent something just for you though, like. Is that
Well,
from her
I
email
had
that
an
you
email for, she said yesterday.
Mhm.
So I emailed her this morning saying, so what's your status?
Oh.
And she said, everybody's sick, but nobody's testing positive. She said she talked to a nurse and type of test they're doing. The nurse said it's not uncommon. So I told her. I'll be stay home.
Yeah.
She was
Who's
really
this, Anna?
Yeah, well, she's not, but her kids are.
Is she gonna tell me about it?
Well,
I know, but
yeah, I don't think, she said she was on the fence and I said, stay home.
right, that, and that was. kind of the point.
No, no. Nobody- they get your head chopped off. You don't take any prisoners. That's cat stuff.
Yeah, and we were counting it up minus those two. and Laura and-
11.
Hey, I'll probably get a bed, not a Murphy bed.
No, you sleep outside, Pete. Even if there is an extra
He
bed.
has to sleep in the bed of his truck with his chair, the way that he did when he goes camping.
I don't snore that much. It's just loud. Is that's what I wrote, Cat, I'm like. They show that you're, all that you're negative, but in really pages. You know,
Well, you don't necessarily test positive till 2 days after.
Right.
Which Pat understood, but I wanted, when I sent that email, I wasn't telling him what to do. I was just like, no, just, you know, like, that's what I understand. It's like, there's nothing easy about it. Get done,
Yeah,
and it sucks that we can't see people in. but
Maybe,
it doesn't work.
you know, maybe this summer when we do our painter boy, whatever, we can do
Yeah, it was.
spend some time doing a rehash.
Yeah. I
of this.
mean,
Because that's what Anna suggested. She said, you know, I'm sorry, but maybe we could do it in the summer. I mean, we
Well,
knew,
we-
but that's hard though, because we're asking people to stick it out for a weekend during the summer where their kids are home and stuff like that.
Well, that's true.
Why we do it. in the
Well,
wintertime.
But you know what we could do is we have the campground Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We have the training on Thursday or our social activity, whatever, on Friday.
got drunk outdoors. Sorry.
We could just plan, especially if it's gonna be off the grid, we could plan like we did for Lake City to end, you know, to be done at noon and then keep the board for 2 or 3 hours like we did out in Stratton. Yeah, you did. That was at the winery. And
I left
remember, we
early. I had to leave early.
oh, that's right.
I didn't make it.
But we
Yeah.
stayed Friday afternoon and talked about some of the strategic planning stuff.
Well, what we'll have to do
So even if we could get it 2 or 3 hours,
Yep, that's.
is we'll have to have a really good summary of what we discussed on the weekend for that planning. And share that.
Well, even in May, if we do this in person, also have a, you know, rehash for a couple hours, since those
I'm not holding out hope for it being in person.
Well, I know.
I was really rooting for that,
For what?
for EGS,
Oh,
but I'm getting so much pushback from vendors at this point. They said they can't commit,
yeah.
their company policies are still no travel and,
I wonder if we're just forcing the issue too early. You know, it may be
could be,
a whole nother year before people start feeling that it's safe to be out.
could be.
But we probably need to make that decision soon.
Yeah, well, I was gonna send an email and suggest that we make that the #1 topic at the next call. Yes.
Perfect. I think it's a good idea. Because, I mean, even this day and tomorrow, you know, people are not real comfortable.
All right, everyone, I want to show you one thing. I had a good question in the chat from Vanessa. She got to the end where it wants you to share your data with the group. And for those of you that sent me your usernames, I just added everyone into the group. But you probably will have to go up here. I skipped over this when I was showing you some things. The little bell icon is like your notifications. And yours will probably be red and have a little #1 next to it, or maybe a bigger number. It is giving you a notification that I invited you to join a group. So you're gonna have to go in here to your notifications and accept my group invite first. And then you'll be in the group, and then you can share things with the group. So hopefully that answers your question, Vanessa. But yeah, you're gonna have to go in there and just accept my invite so that you're in the group first.
Say come back at 1:20.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
How do we get back to the map?
Really, you're just sharing the data, is really what you're sharing, right? The shape file and the other file.
Yep.
Yep. I'd say quickly, or you could click on
We're
one.
gonna challenge their electricity. But I need juice.
So this is the new one. that-
You're committing a mortal sin there, plugging one extension cord into, or
There's one.
Deb, I am a mortal sin.
And then probably like
You need power too?
I'm hooked up.
You're good?
Yeah.
Do you need power, Jen? You all right?
I'm good, I'm good, thank you. I'm enjoying creating groups and putting little icons out.
isn't that fun?
And we had like some pretty funny, like memes and images going back and forth within like a.
Like
Slack
our
conversation.
streets department has like a little traffic cone and a little guy and.
I was like, this is gonna be hilarious when I start inviting.
Yeah, see, and if you change it, see, you're almost.
Oh, it's
to the
happy
point where
now.
that will start populating with you then. If you change that.
So before you create a group, you gotta create usernames for somebody else first, or a login for them.
For the group?
Yeah, like, I wanna share my coworker John, I need to create like a username for him or something.
He needs to have,
first,
yeah, he needs to have a username. Yep.
so I can plug that in.
Yeah. I mean, you can just give him your username and password too. I mean, a lot of small organizations do that. And they don't lock down like where you can only be logged in one place with the same username.
Right.
So yeah, that's another tip
Yeah, that's.
for sure. Is that
We have,
Can you do that in here? Or just do it somewhere else? You do it like within your,
you go up to the organization,
Independent on the share level.
I was gonna be like a practice run. Like coworker.
and the members,
That's what they'll see. Is all these changes you've made and they'll be able. to-
and then it's underneath there,
yeah, I think it's
invite members.
yeah.
And in that will.
And we created some generic
And then
accounts, for lack of a better term, like snow and ice.
Yeah. Well, Jax, you can see here, like I have ones, SFCT, that's the Santa Fe
Yeah.
Conservation Trust. They're one of my clients. I just have a SFCT user. And they have like, there's probably 5 people at the Conservation Trust that use this, but they all just, same thing with the Denver Housing Authority. They just all use the, same generic kind of login.
AGOL is a great tool to get people interested in learning GIS skills. You know, you make data available to them and they can look at it and, you know, it's like, gosh, how do I, you know, get involved?
I call this one. Yeah. Let's see how we're doing. If I open up my group and I go to look at the content inside the group. Hey, look, we got some stuff in there. Yeah, looks like a bunch you got it. Excellent. We can see, I mean, it's all the same data set over and over again, but everyone's sharing with the group so we can all see each other's data.
Where's the publish button here?
Publish. Where you,
I guess it's from my content.
yeah. So publishing is, it's the same thing as what I've been calling uploading. It's that, it's that like file conversion process of taking it from a shape file to being a feature service. So like, if I go to my content, I have the shape file and I have the hosted feature layer of the training data. And when I did my upload item thing up here, it did that all in kind of one swoop. It did the data transfer to pull the shape file up onto AGOL, and then it did the data conversion to turn the shape file into a feature layer. Separately though, what I can do is I could have just like put a shape file up here. If I click on the shape file to go to its item page, I have the ability to publish it, which will turn it into a hosted feature layer, basically. And I don't know why it won't let me publish this, actually. That's really weird.
What's the share setup? See, that's the problem we were having. Change it to public and then you should be able to do it. Did you change the share
No.
setting?
Why don't you click on, go back to your content.
I was in the 3-dot menu, maybe.
And why not just click on training data? Well, the feature later.
Well, yeah, that works.
Yeah.
But it looks like it didn't change your sharing. 'cause it
Yeah,
says
it's still
it's
shared with just you.
How does it let you save it?
It should.
It's not letting you save it. You have to edit the group.
It's the stupid
Oh,
Zoom
yeah.
box.
Oh, but you still
have
gotta
to
just
change it
yourself.
still, Yeah.
Okay, we'll get this right eventually. Oh, not change owner. Sure. With everyone.
Save it.
There we go.
Now you should be able to do it.
Hey,
Nope.
give Jack a call.
Do what I want.
Yeah. Is there do what I want button?
That is an interesting one. I don't know what's going on with that.
This is when I start cursing.
Try refreshing the browser just for fun.
I don't know what is up with that. That's really odd.
Yeah,
It should work.
because you want that publish option.
I mean, luckily, this is not something that gets done very much. Usually, I mean, you
You-
upload data and it does that for you, so.
Do you think it's probably smart enough to know that you already did it and have a feature layer, so it's not gonna give you the option to do it again?
Could be.
That was my thought.
Try renaming it to training data one or something. Or yeah, something.
Here's another shape file that, I was having trouble with this yesterday too.
See, I never put shape files in there.
No, see, I never do it either. I was having trouble with this yesterday, actually, with this.
Change the share on that one.
And I don't think you can publish a shape file.
But see, that one has a feature
Oh,
layer as
actually, I
well.
need to,
Oh, yeah.
this one I need to change just so Emma can keep working today, actually. Oh, not for sharing. Yeah, sure.
You're pressing the envelope.
Just change the name of that training data shape file just to see.
Sure, yeah, we can.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Oh, it's kind of driving me freaking nuts. I have to move the Zoom anytime I want to anything.
Now, don't try this at home on your own,
Is
please.
it, but what's the sharing level then if you were covering that up?
This is public. But- Yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah, and then.
But I ain't publishing it.
Really?
I have no idea.
Again, I don't think, you can
Can't
publish
publish.
shape files. I
Okay,
think they have to be,
when you upload it, you have to tell it to create it at the time.
It might be,
like I said, I've never uploaded a shape file into any of my AGOL stuff.
No, I mean, the whole point kind of is to load up West Point endpoints and stuff like that, in my mind,
Right,
but you should be able to.
all right.
Most of
It is
them,
12:20.
create a feature layer,
it'd be
it's not
12:20.
letting them do it.
So let's go ahead and take a 1 hour lunch break.
Yeah.
Even an hour 10, we'll call it 1:30.
Yeah.
I am going to leave and go get something quickly, but I'll try to be back here as fast as I can, just hanging out. So if anyone online wants to kind of keep working, you can certainly, if you want to, you can start into exercise number 3 and start playing with the web maps. And I will try to, like I said, not be gone too long so I can hang out and be here to answer questions and help people.
Do we stop recording?
Pause it.
Yes, let me figure out how to do that.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
the
up there
driver.
on your, and then.
Because we don't put any additives in it.
Okay, I
Alright.
gotcha.
All right, everyone. It is a few minutes past 1:30. So let's get back going, just in the interest of time here. We got still a lot of stuff we can
I think
go over.
you're sharing your,
Am I sharing the presenter one again?
Yeah.
Damn it. Okay. Let's try that again. There we go.
I think some of the college girls that we hired to crush the grapes, I think one of them had an infection on their foot or something.
We're recording beat.
I can't help myself. Like I said, I'm not filtered very well.
Apparently we have to give them not what to say.
Real quickly for everyone online, and I in the room here too, Was everyone able to get through the second exercise and get their data shared? Anyone have any troubles, any problems over the lunch break?
Do you really want to know?
No, no, we don't.
All right. Well, hearing none, I will pick back up with the next kind of subject, which is just kind of moving along. We've kind of talked about this hierarchy of AGOL. We have data, and then that goes into a web map. And then our web maps can go into like a web application or use, into something else. So let's talk about web mapping. So again, just first off, what are web maps? And it is an online map document. For those of you that use desktop, it's like an MXD file or an ArcPro project file, but it lives online in AGOL. You can add data layers to your map, your data layers, other people's data layers. You can obviously, symbolize those data layers, change the colors, the line weights, things like that. Although not as robustly as you can in desktop. So one thing for sure, for those of you that have experience doing mapping in the desktop world in ArcMap or ArcPro, you'll see that the web map viewer is much simpler. And this goes along with what I was telling you earlier, that ArcGIS Online, it really, it's not like your heavy duty workhorse for GIS, it's your sharing tool. It's a tool to take the cool things that you do in the desktop and get them out to the rest of the world so that people can see them. So the web mapping interface is not nearly as complex as like what you can do on the desktop. The symbology is pretty basic. Labeling options are pretty basic. Analysis options are pretty basic. Editing is really basic. I wouldn't really recommend editing data in AGOL. So you'll see that everything about this, it's just not as complicated, not as many features as the desktop GIS. So we talked about this morning. We get to the map, it's just from the navigation bar along, the white navigation bar along the top of ArcGIS Online. And when you click on that, it's just going to take you back to kind of the last map you had open. Your map just kind of stays like saved in state in the background when you're working in your content or your groups or somewhere else. And once you go back to the map tab, it'll just pick you right back up where you left off.
Okay. Interject something.
Yeah.
So one thing about the map, when you're doing it, when you're ready and have it ready to put into a mapping application, you have to save it the way you want it to appear on the mapping application. So if it's like a county-wide thing, that's how I've always.
Like where you're zoomed to?
Yes,
Well, yeah,
it
yeah,
will
you
say-
save it like that, and then when you bring that map into your application, that's how it'll display to the first person opening it up.
Yeah.
If you don't, if you're zoomed all the way in, when they log into their application, they're going to see where you were last time on that map.
And that's through the life of the web map too. So if you go into edit it or something and you're zoomed in real close and you hit save, then that's gonna
That's-
be.
Yeah, that's what it's gonna look like.
A million times.
Quickly, I have someone in the chat saying they can't hear me. Can anyone else online? Are y'all hearing me?
Barbara can,
Okay.
Libby can,
Okay.
Katie.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Sorry, Dave. I don't know. I'm talking to Dave, although he said he can't hear me. So
Maybe
David,
his speakers are muted somehow. Pop it into the chat and ask him if his computer speakers are.
well,
Yeah.
on mute.
I think everybody can hear you now. David said he can.
yeah.
Upload future classes into ArcGIS Online, or does it have to be a shape file?
No, you can absolutely upload feature classes. Yeah.
And the tutorials they have, like Nick said earlier on, they really are very, very good.
All right, sorry about that. We'll move on. I hope Dave figures out. Awesome. Okay, good. Dave's back on. Let's keep going. Where were we? Okay, so you've already seen this too, perhaps, from your content page, right? This is just one line out of the content page. It's a data set. And if you click on this 3-dot menu, you have a few options here, and you'll see this is a little outdated to now the options. It says you'll see open in map viewer, which again is that new map viewer. And then there's also open in map viewer classic, which is again the one that I prefer, and the one that the exercise that's coming up is written for. So make sure you're using that map viewer classic. This one you can see it's a few months old. It says map viewer beta. Esri loves to do this with ArcGIS Online. It's another thing that just annoys the hell out of me. They'll release something and they have the new ones called beta for a while, and then at some just random point they just switch it on you to where the new one is no longer called beta. The new one's just the map viewer, and the old one's now the classic one. So it's something to keep you on your toes when you're working with ArcGIS Online. I told you earlier today, just about how much money and energy Esri puts in to developing ArcGIS Online, and it does change a lot. So you will notice that it's something, I mean, they add more functionality and they add more things into the system, but then at the same time, I think a lot of us that use it a lot wish they would leave anything the same for like even a month. So it can be a little frustrating how quickly things change, but just kind of is the nature of the beast. If you're already in the map viewer, there's a little button at the top to make a new map. There's not much there. Once you're in the map, once you open up your map, obviously, it's just going to come up with like a base map, and you won't have any real data in there. So the first thing you want to do is add data, and it's up there in the upper left. It's the same kind of button that they have in ArcMap and ArcPro, that little yellow square thing with a plus inside of it. So if you click that button to add data to your map, you have a few different options. You can, the most common one by far that you'll use is the top one, search for layers. And if you search for layers, you'll see it over here on the right, it comes up. You have an option of searching a lot of different places. You can search your own content. You can search, my groups, so the content shared with you from a group, content from all of your organization, the Living Atlas, or ArcGIS Online. Remember, the Living Atlas is that curated set of data that Esri curates for you. And then ArcGIS Online is just all of AGOL. Anything that anyone has shared publicly, you'll be able to see. Organization. This one, should probably take this slide out of here. Really, there's some little filters you can do to help you search better. Like if you're looking for a web map, or you're looking for data. There's also authoritative status. You can search for things that are marked as being authoritative. Although I don't really put a whole lot of faith in that, because there's no control over marking things authoritative. It's just one of the settings. If you dig into the settings of your data sets, it's just, you can just set it so this is an authoritative data source, and anyone can do it for any data set. So it doesn't actually tell you anything.
What's the bottom one?
Deprecated, I would assume. I mean, some
Deprecated?
yeah,
It
old
means
unused
it's old,
version,
don't use this.
which is what I would ask the question. If you have something that's old, don't use this up on your
Right.
AGOL. Why is it on your AGOL? You're paying credits. Remember, it costs credits to just even have data hosted in your AGOL, costs some credits, costs some money.
Well, but we have depreciated services.
Sure, okay, yeah, I can see that. So
I like it because I'm a hoarder.
Living Atlas layers, again, here you can see I typed in like wetlands. You'll see we get a lot of authoritative data. There's one here straight from Esri, a few down. There's also one from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, or the federal user community. But that's another really good organization, this, I don't know exactly who it is or what it is, but this federal user community, there's all kinds of great federal data that's shared through that kind of username. Add layer from web, someone was asking about this earlier, if you get like a REST endpoint. I don't know if you all seen this, if you're familiar with this, where you have like a, you know, the web address, and it usually has a /REST/services somewhere in there. It's just the, you know, the web address for a data set that's stored online. You don't have to use ArcGIS Online. There are other ways, other technologies to put these data sets up there. So if you do get that, if someone sends you like a URL or whatever for a REST service, you can just copy paste, plug that in there. This is the thing I told you not to do. I'm going to tell you again. And again, it's just because this doesn't upload the data into your content so that it's accessible across AGOL. All it does is it puts it in this one specific map and nowhere else. So, I mean, if that's something that's desired, you know, there might be a case when that workflow makes sense. But for most of the time, I would say I would not do that. The map notes are a neat one. I like to show people this. It's basically the solution that they came up with for when you have a map, a digital map, and this is what everyone always says, right? Anytime you put a map in front of like a group, what do people want to do? They want to mark it up, right? They want to start drawing on it and just marking it up. And so this is kind of their digital solution for that. These map notes is how, when you have a web map and you get people coming to you saying, well, can we draw on the map? We really want to be able to draw on the map. This is a good way to do that. And really all it does when you do add these map notes, it's kind of a pre-canned little process. And what it does is it actually creates 3 data sets for you. It creates a feature layer that has a point, a line, and a polygon. So it's actually not doing anything that special. It's just creating like a new blank, empty data set.
It's like what they have in Pro.
Yeah, for points, lines, and polygons. And then it gives you some of these templates is kind of what also it does nicely. So people can, you know, just drop a pin for some reason. You know, people who have trouble maybe with thinking about maps and data and stuff like that. It's hard for people to think about dropping a point on a map, but for some reason, people are really comfortable with a push pin. You know, so it just makes people feel better. I don't know.
There's a lot of psychology that goes on.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You need arrows, they have these little things where you can draw a polygon, but they have it set up so the polygon is shaped like an arrow. So people can, you know, point to something and write. So it's actually a pretty low tech solution, but it works nicely for sure. When people want to, you know, let me draw on the map. Why can't we draw on the map? And then the nice thing is, like I said, because these are then, it's actually a feature layer. This is just data. If you wanted to download this to your computer and use it for analysis, or, you know, I don't know, make a nice map in ArcPro to print off or whatever it is you want to do with it. This is actual point, line, and polygon data that you could then, you know, ostensibly use for something else if you wanted to. Across the top here, that button, second one from the right, you'll see just base map. You can change the base map. And actually, you'll see this screenshot is out of date too. There's more now. There's a lot more. They had some weird ones. I don't even really know like what on earth. They have one that's like crayon drawings and like stuff. You're like, why would you ever use this? But whatever. There's a lot of them there.
You can create your own.
Yeah, I mean, I like the topographic one. I like the imagery one. There's one called USA Topo Maps that's not on this screenshot that I like to use a lot. So just changes the base map. Editing, like I said, you can edit in AGOL. You can draw new points, lines, polygons. It's pretty clunky. Maybe for points, you could draw points pretty well, but when you try to like draw polygons, I don't know how many of you have ever like done like real data editing in desktop, but in ArcMap or ArcPro, right, there's all these tools. You can make it draw a arc of a specific radius, and you can make it draw a line that's exactly 50 feet long at a 315-degree angle. And there's all these fancy tools you can do to draw very specific shapes in desktop when you're editing. ArcPro doesn't let you do that. It's just connect the dots with straight lines, and that's the only option you have. So if you're doing data editing, I would definitely recommend doing that in ArcMap or ArcPro on your desktop. and then upload your edited, your data. Once you're done editing it, and you have good data, you want to share that, then upload it to AGOL and you can share it.
Nick, this is a perfect example of like AGO is kind of like the dumbed down version of what you can do, on the desktop. There's a lot of stuff that they're doing more and more in AGO all the time, but it doesn't always work the way you think it will or the way you want it to.
And again, you have to think about the purpose of it, is that, AGOL is not meant to be ArcMap online. It's its own thing, it's its own tool, it's meant to be a sharing tool to get your information out there. So it is by its nature on purpose, it's simpler, it's dumbed down, because it's not meant to be, your heavy duty V8, hauling machine. It's meant to be, your sexy little sports car you take out on weekends.
Yeah, it's what you use to impress the ladies.
Exactly. Pretty basic, dumb. You can save the web map. You should save it. It doesn't auto save. That's a question I get asked. Why I put this slide in is the web maps don't auto save. If you make changes, you have to hit save to make sure it saves.
A question from Kat about when you were talking about
Yeah.
map notes. So when people draw on the map, does that show up on the map for everyone in the group? The map is shared with?
Yes, yep. So when you're actually doing those map notes, what you're actually doing is you're actually editing data. It's kind of a way to trick people so they don't know they're editing data, but you're actually editing data, right? You're dropping points, drawing lines, drawing polygons on the map. So yes, it's data that draws on the map and everyone will see it. What you can do if you want to not have certain people see certain things is you can create 2 web maps and maybe 2 groups and share the 2 different web maps with 2 different groups of people, for instance. Sharing, we've seen this before. This is the same options. It's a slightly different looking box, but same options as before. If you want to share your web map, you can do it with everyone, public. You can do it with your organization. You can do it with groups. You can print the map, nothing real fancy there. It does have this button to do like turn-by-turn directions. I've never used it. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use it. Like use Google Maps on your phone. I don't know, but if anyone has a compelling reason, you can have it give you directions. There's a little measurement tool, which is kind of nice. For sure, you can measure, acres of a polygon, you can measure the length of a line, or even just the coordinates of a point. One thing to note, I don't want to get into technicals of like geodesy and whatever. There are these things called map projections or coordinate reference systems, and they're basically these mathematical algorithms that we have to use because the Earth is round and maps are flat. So in order to convert 3D coordinates into 2D coordinates and put them on a map, we have to use these things called projection systems or coordinate reference systems. And they all have their pluses and minuses. There's no perfect way to take 3D and turn it into 2D. Every type of projection system has somewhere, where it has a failing. They're good at some things and not good at other things. So the projection system that they use for ArcGIS Online and actually Google Maps, and I think most online mapping systems, they use this projection called the Web Mercator, which is really good for being able to draw things really quickly with like small amounts of bandwidth. It allows just things to draw on the web really quickly. But one thing it's not awesome at is it's not super accurate for measurements. I don't want to scare you and make you think like this is all total crap, like don't trust it at all, but
It's so when you pan to another section of the US or the world,
Yeah.
it kind of projects it all the same way. I mean, that's kind of what it was developed for, but yeah, you do not want to zoom in and get inch accuracy.
Yeah. Exactly. So don't use this measure tool to like fill out legal documents or do anything, that really matters. Use it to give yourself a, when you need an estimate, how many acres is this approximately? So useful, but just that one caveat. Remember, I definitely wouldn't be like going to court or something with numbers off of this. You can add bookmarks, just like in the desktop GIS, if there's, just certain areas that you zoom to a lot. If you're making, if you have a Chaffee County map, you might have a bookmark for city of Salida, a bookmark for town of Buena Vista, a bookmark for Monarch or whatever. So that works the same as it does in desktop GIS. If you're familiar with those, bookmarks can be nice. A little search bar, which can be pretty helpful. You can type in if you're looking for a specific address, you can do that, but it's also pretty good at picking up like place names. You just type in, whatever, the Denver Zoo or the Monarch Mountain ski area, where you can type in all kinds of random weird stuff. You can probably even type in like Tauber building and it would probably find us here.
Because that's using the Ezra geocoder to find it.
It is, yeah. Yeah, so now this is, if you're looking for a specific something, you could definitely, we'll find a surprising amount of things for you.
Can you change it if you built your own geocoder and we'll use that?
You could do that in a web app. I don't think you
Okay.
could do it with a map though.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So you can, okay. I was just gonna say, you can load your own geocoder. Locator into,
Right.
I think so, yeah.
If you wanted to skip the whole credits thing,
right,
yeah.
And that doesn't use credits. So that's a good point, Jeannie, is the search bar won't use credits. It is using that geocoding service.
Even if you put it in a web map application, it doesn't use credits?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Only if you utilize it in Pro with the toolboxes and stuff like that.
Yeah, or there's a toolbox, you can do it here in AGOL,
Okay.
but no, when you're just searching, I'm almost positive that doesn't eat through anything. Over here on the left, very similar to, desktop GIS, where you're probably used to, there's a list of all of the data layers that are in this map. They have little check boxes. You check them on to draw that layer in the map. You uncheck it to not draw that layer. This is one of the few parts of this map viewer tool that I don't really like. It's really confusing. Up here at the top of your table of contents, you see there's like 3 little tabs about, content, and legend. And they really should get rid of about and legend and just leave it, have it be one thing where it's the content.
I like the legend because that shows me what the people I share the link with are gonna see.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's what I use it for, but
Yep.
you're right, it is confusing until you realize what the difference is between them, and then God forbid you hit the arrow and get rid of it and don't know how to get it back, it's that details button at the top.
Exactly,
That
yeah.
took me like half a day. Just clicking around and figuring it out, yeah.
And I'm even just going to show you this because it's something that gets a lot of people. So I'm going to open, there's a web map I have. Because I've seen this confuse a lot of people a lot of times because it's confusing and poor design. Oh, come on. Okay. I have a lot of layers in this web map. I should have picked one with less stuff in it. But basically you want to be in the middle here on this content tab. It'll load my layers here. I can show you what I was trying to talk about. I might need to choose a different web map that has less stuff in it over this limited internet pipeline we have. Let's try that again. I'll go back to my content. Ooh, that's having a hard time this afternoon.
I've been trying to open one of my maps for like half hour.
Okay, well, maybe I won't show you this live then. It's gonna take a long time. Yeah. Okay, so basically, when you're in this content tab, it shows you everything. You have the boxes that you can check things on and off. It has the It has the buttons, we'll go over this in a minute, but there's buttons underneath that you can choose to interact with the layers. And a lot of times what happens with people is they accidentally get on this legend tab. First though, this about tab is just useless. I have no idea, there's literally nothing here to do. I do not understand why it's like a thing that's in here.
Is that, or like, cause you can add on that page before you open to web map or web, whatever. Would that be where that information would show up here if you added details or something? Maybe?
Maybe, I don't know. I've never found any practical use for it.
Well, then that add and then make your new map. That's a weird.
Yeah. So I want to point out, a lot of times people get in this one that says legend, and it's confusing because this is just a legend for the map. It's just what the colors, mean. And you can't interact with this at all. You can't click on these layers. You can't check them on and off. When you hover over them, the buttons don't pop up. So people get confused because they think it's like locked or something, like they've done something to lock up their web map because they can't interact with their table of contents at all. And it's just because they've somehow gotten onto this legend tab instead of the middle one for content. So the whole point there is just to make sure to stay on that middle one that says content. If you hover your pointer over one of these layers, if you're in the content tab, if you're not in the legend, but if you're in the one that says content, if you hover your mouse over one of these layers, you get a little kind of toolbar with various icons on it. The leftmost button, you can just click up and down, and that just shows you again just the legend, the color key for whatever layer it is. The second one looks like a table, and what it does is it opens up your attribute table along the bottom. We didn't, the tables still play a role in online GIS. That's still the foundation of GIS, is a map and a table linked together. So we still have an ability to open up tables. Within the attribute table, it's simplified from what you can do in ArcMap, but pretty intuitive. If you right click on one of your column names, you can sort it. You can also calculate a field if you want to do some field calculations, overwrite. You can delete fields too.
And that will delete it from the pop-up too.
Yeah, it'll delete it from the table entirely, which will make it go away from your pop-up. Yeah. Mostly you'll do just sorting it, honestly. I hardly ever do calculations or field deleting in AGOL, but you might. Over here, this is another, I want to point out first, just the little symbol, the 3 lines. I've heard that called like the hamburger symbol. That's another one you'll see all over the place in AGOL. And again, very much like the 3 dots, it always means a menu. Whenever you see that little 3 lines, you can click on it and you'll get some kind of a menu. And you can see there's a few options here. You can look at the selected records, you can show or hide columns, you can apply filters. Just like in desktop GIS, right? When you select something in the map, it also gets selected in the table and vice versa. That's the whole power of GIS, is that link right there between what's on a map and what's in a table. So that still works the same way. There's no select by attributes. I know that's a really useful tool that people use a lot in desktop GIS, finding things, searching the table, using a select by attributes. There's no select by attributes tool, but what there is there's a filter, which essentially does the same thing. It won't leave, where you have all the records and some of them are selected and some of them aren't. It'll filter it down to where you only have the records that meet your criteria here. But
Can you export that selection then to its own layer? And in desktop or Pro, use query by attributes. Can you export that data to its own feature?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think the filter will stay with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, what you can do is just have, one large data set that has everything, and you can pull it into 5 different maps 5 different times with 5 different filters. But that's probably about the closest you can get. The little one with the shapes is to change symbology. And I'll show you a little bit. I like to do a little bit of demo with the symbology tool here. if the internet's gonna be slow and not agree with me, then we may wanna, I may skip over this, let's see. So I'm not gonna open up my other web map that has too much stuff in it. I'm gonna take my training data. I'm gonna go to my 3 dots and I'm gonna open it in Map Viewer Classic, which is what you all will do in just a few minutes here when I stop talking and turn you loose to work on the next exercise. Open in Map Viewer Classic.
Come in.
Why is it still trying to pull up my Forest Service? It's adding it, it's doing what I was saying before, where it's leaving my map open. This map is the last web map I had open. So you all shouldn't have this problem, but. So I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it to new map. And since I was using the Map Viewer Classic, it should, when I add it to a new map, it should still give me my classic map viewer, and it did. So right here we have neighborhood polygons and we have crime points. Now, right off the bat, you'll see my crime points aren't showing up. Does anyone know why? Not you, not you.
It's just that you're at a scale in which you cannot see them until you zoom into it.
Yeah. She's exactly right. Yeah, you see how the names kind of grayed out? That gives you your key. If you click on your 3 dots here, set visibility range. And you see the black arrows, my zoom level right now. And in between the bars is where this layer shows up. So you can see I'm zoomed out too far right now. So I can either zoom in, and there's my points. Or if I zoom back out, I could go up here and change my visibility range to include my current scale. And then they go. We were talking about symbology though, so it's a little shapes here. So first off, you have to choose, they kind of, again, they try to make it pretty intuitive for you. Step 1, step 2. So you can choose, I mean, often when we symbolize our data, we symbolize it using a field in the table. So that's where we can do this here. We can choose from this drop down, here's all the fields I have in this table. Or you can not use a field, right? You just show location only. So you draw all the crimes as just an orange dot. Doesn't matter what type of crime it is, what it is, we just want to show all the crimes, just plop them down as an orange dot. We will, I think it's this offense CA is category. Yeah, and now you see this, it's just offense categories, and it just holds some rough, it kind of categorizes these crimes into, you know, rough groups: burglaries, drug and alcohol crimes, auto theft. So if I go down farther now, you'll see now that I've chosen the attribute I want to use, I can select a drawing style. So right now I'm using unique symbols for different types. I'll just click on the options there. And you'll see it shows me all the different symbols that it's using. And if I want to maybe change one of these, for instance, I can click on the symbol. So if I don't want burglaries to be a red dot, if I want burglaries to be pink instead. And you can see here, this is a lot simpler than ArcMap or ArcPro, right? ArcMap and ArcPro, if you use those, you can dig way deep. You can get like 20 windows stacked on top of each other. You're so deep down in the symbology, setting the exact dash pattern for your outline and putting a picture fill in and setting an exact gradient. And there's all kinds of complicated stuff you can do. You can't do any of that here. Simple. You choose a color. This little slash thing here is no color. So if you want it to be hollow, well, actually the point's probably not great to do that with, but you can choose a color. You can choose a transparency level. For the point here, this doesn't work for lines and polygons, obviously. For the point, we can choose from some different shapes. A little drop down here. For lines and polygons, you can see why this doesn't apply. This shape one only shows up for points. But then I can choose a shape, I can choose a fill color and transparency. I can choose an outline color, transparency, and I can choose the line width. So we'll leave them at pink, that's fine. I can reorder these if I wanted, maybe, you know, for some reason to have these show up in a different order. You can kind of go over here to the left and click and drag them to reorder them. If I click this, it applies things to all the symbols. So maybe I'll put a black outline around all of them. You see, I just wholesale all my points now. I have that black outline around them. When you're happy with what you've done, which I am, why can't I go, maybe you'll see the bottom there. Why can't I see the bottom? I need to be able to see the button that's at the bottom of my screen. There's a button down there to save what you've done. That for some reason I am not being able.
Because you're sharing your screen on Zoom.
It probably has something to do with Zoom. I don't know.
Yeah,
I promise there's a.
sharing real quick and see if it shows up.
I'm just gonna go back. It's fine. I promise you down here, there is a button that says, I think it says done.
Yeah.
If I recall, and that'll set it and, you know, apply the change that you just made. I'm not gonna mess around with turning the Zoom screen sharing on and off right now. That's just gonna cause problems. Quickly for our polygons again, I'll just, you can see right now, I'm just showing location. I have a few different attributes I could symbolize by, but for the neighborhoods, I don't really need to, there's no like quantitative data there. I just want to show the neighborhood outlines. So I'm just going to show location only is fine. See, there's the done button. We'll see if I can get that to work. Like for the neighborhoods, like fill, let's leave them hollow, no fill, outline, just a gray color. Maybe a couple pixels. And for lines, this is something newer they added. You can choose from a number of dash patterns if you want to. You can't change anything about these. You just pick one and you get it as it is. And even that's something that they added more recently. So you can see it's pretty simple. There's not a whole lot to this. And you'll be doing some symbology in the exercise for sure. This little button here, actually, it's the same thing I showed you before. It's the filter. You can get to it from the attribute table, but you can also get to it from right here if you want. So it just opens up the little filter tool. And for those of you that are using Arc Pro, this should look pretty familiar. It's the exact same filter tool that's in ArcGIS Pro. This little one only appears for point layers. You won't see it for lines or polygons, but it does point clustering, which is it's a neat cartographic tool. It's just a different way to visualize things. It doesn't actually do any analysis or like run any data processing. All it does, you can see down there what it does. It just kind of takes your points and where there are more points closer together, it aggregates them into a bigger point versus a smaller one. It's useful for especially things like crime mapping. Actually, where you have tens of thousands of points scattered all over the city, and you can kind of try to see where the hot spots are, for instance. And there's a little slider, you can have it cluster more or less, kind of adjust the level of clustering that it's doing. So it's a neat little cartographic tool that can be useful if you have the right types of data point layers where there's a lot of points. The last button, you can do analysis. There's a lot of caveats about doing analysis. The exercise walks you through running a buffer tool on some school points. So you will work through doing some analysis. In general, I would recommend that if you're doing analysis, you do it on the desktop. Do your analysis in ArcMap or ArcPro, and then whatever the results of that analysis are, upload that data to AGOL and share it in a map. So you can do it, like I said, I'll go through some of the caveats. One caveat, and this really annoys me. This is like a pet peeve of mine. They have the same, it's a lot of this, it's not all the same tools in like ArcPro. I mean, those of you who've seen, right, ArcGIS Pro or ArcMap, they have like, I don't even know, what is it, probably a 1,000 tools or something that comes in all those toolboxes. We don't have that many here, it's just a few. But it's the same tools that are in ArcGIS, only they came up with new names for them. Everything has a different name. Like aggregate points, I think that's a dissolve. Summarize within, I believe, is a tabulate area. Summarize nearby is doing a near function. So it's like, it's doing the same thing that they just renamed all of them to try to make them, I guess, friendlier or something. Summarize nearby, people are supposed to understand what that means better. I don't know. So there's all these tools in here. That's the first challenge, is just figure out which one you want. Because the names are different. The second thing that's a little difficult, and I think I have some slides coming up about this. Not going to stop that for a second. So one thing I'm telling you is some bad things about doing analysis in AGOL. There actually are some neat things though. One of them is it can get you around licensing problems. Like these two tools here, the bottom center, create watersheds and trace downstream. Those are things you can do in Arc desktop. They're pretty complicated. You have to use these things called the ArcHydro tools, which are their whole own beast to work out. They're really cool, but you have to have training on how to use those ArcHydro toolboxes. And this one is just right here. It's pretty cool. You can just drop a point on a stream and it uses data layers, it uses elevation data that's in the Living Atlas to trace your watershed upstream or trace downstream. Obviously, if you have some kind of a pollution issue, some kind of a point source pollution issue going on with a creek or something, that could be pretty big. Or like right here, like find hotspots. You can do that in ArcMap or ArcPro, but you have to have a spatial analyst license, which is extra money. So a lot of organizations, especially small organizations, don't pay for a spatial analyst license. You can see that tool in your ArcMap. You just can't, when you click on it, it says, nope, call Esri and give us money, and then you can use that tool. But in ArcGIS Online, you can just do it. So there are some tools in there that will, that are licensed in AGOL that are probably not licensed in ArcMap.
Under the proximity tools, there's like the walking time, the walking distance, driving time, driving distance.
Yeah.
Are those in Map or Pro?
They are. So these are, yes, these are actually really good ones too. I use these ones actually myself.
I think you need network analyst.
You need, yeah. So in desktop, you can do it, but it's network analyst, which is like one of the most expensive extensions, I think.
Yeah, so I just did like a little side project where I had to calculate walking and driving time,
This is way better, yeah.
yeah. So I just like pulled in my layers from Pro into here to run those proximity tools.
Absolutely. No, this is great. The other thing about network analysis is a huge pain in the ass. I do a lot of it for the Trust for Public Land. Their whole goal as an organization is they believe every American citizen should live within a 10-minute walk of a park. So I run a lot of 10-minute walking areas from a lot of parks all over the country. And network analysis, you have to have the right tools, and they're pretty picky, and they work well. You have to know what you're doing with them, though. You're not
going to get it right first.
Yes, exactly. So even building the models out in ArcMap is complicated. And then the second thing is you also have to have a special data set. You can't just like download the CDOT roads and give it to CDOT roads. You have to have these special thing. It's called a network data set, which is just lines. It's just the road lines, but it has a lot more information embedded in it. It has, things like one-way streets and speed limits. And it has, if there's any kind of barriers, if there's, I don't know, part of a street that's blocked off for pedestrian use only, it has that information. It has a lot more information about the way that you would actually have to go in a car. Or walking, you can set it to be walking too, and then walking ones will include things like trails. So, if you're doing walking distances,
So Nick, when you're using this tool to create drive time areas, do you have to have a road layer that has a network?
No, they have that. That's the great thing. They have that network data set. Yeah. So when you're doing it in desktop, you have to have the network analyst license for the tools. Then you also have to have the network data set data, which is something, again, that someone wants to sell you. There's a service Esri has called Street Map Premium. That's what TPL uses.
Do these tools use very many credits, or I'm assuming it's dependent upon the size of the area? The length of time it
It's,
takes.
it's the number of features. Most of them are just based off the number of features. So if you want to like create drive time areas from schools, I don't know exactly what it is. It's a certain number of credits per point that you do an area for. So yeah, no, these are really cool ones, actually. If you're wanting to do any kind of walking, like walk time analysis, drive time analysis, these can save a lot of money and time, and because it just works. You don't have to worry about any of that crap on the desktop.
It's ironic, all the things you're talking about are environmental justice things, like the distance from parks and walking distance, points and all that stuff. And so it's ironic that they would charge.
It's not ironic at all.
I mean, what is kind of nice is every licensing does, like, they have cheaper licenses for like nonprofits
No.
and
Yeah,
land trusts. Yeah,
Well, there you go.
yeah.
Or you can use this. So all of those things you saying are sort of available and free on this.
yeah, exactly. These drive time access, it costs you a few credits. That's the only amount of money it costs you, is a few credits. And the credits are a penny a piece.
And so they can make these available here because they're using their own layers that they know have the right information and stuff, is that?
Yeah, I don't know why exactly they made the business decision
Yeah,
to
it seems
not
like a-
charge an AGOL, but why they don't have like extensions that you have to pay for
Seems like
AGOL.
there's gotta be a catch, you know what I mean?
So, I mean, there are a couple catches, and one is that it does cost you some credits, but again, the amount of money you'll spend on credits is way less than the amount of money you spend on a network analyst license and buying a network data set, so.
Right.
It costs you some credits. The other downside is that a lot of these tools will only work on a certain number of features. So a lot of these tools have a limit of like 100 or 1,000. And that's the other thing I don't like about doing analysis in AGOL is that's not, at least last I checked, that's probably been 6 months since I started, tried to dig for this, but it's not well documented what that number is for every tool. So you go to create drive time areas and you give it, 2,000 park points, but there's a limit of 1,000. It'll only run 1,000 features. So it'll just do 1,000 out of your 2,000 parks. Here's 1,000 drive time areas, but your other 1,000 are just missing.
Mine was saying 5,000 was the limit, and it just didn't run the tool at all.
Okay.
It was like error, can't do it, so I had to like do
Just
section by
Can
section.
you filter that?
Yep, that would be the way. Yep.
Build more than one map, basically.
You could just even have multiple data layers, right? You can have the same data in your map 5 times with different filters. Parks 1 through 100, parks 100 to 200, 200 to 300 or whatever.
And can you merge layers in AGO? I've never tried, now that we're talking about splitting them up, if you wanted to bring them back together, could you do that?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Merge layers. There you go.
Now, does it work is the question.
I don't know. My experience with these tools is pretty limited, obviously, because I have the full suite of our
Right.
desktop tools available to me. So when I'm doing analysis, I run it on the desktop.
So Nick, when you do a drive time analysis in AGOL, do you get a layer that you can export back to the desktop?
Yeah, it shows up as a polygon layer in your content, which you can then download.
Well, you can just grab it straight from your AGO account in Arc Pro. I
Right.
mean, you don't have to export
Right.
nothing if you don't want to. That's
So,
nice.
yeah, I do like it a lot for those drive time, walk time analyses. It's really, it saves you a lot of steps and money
I
doing
have
that.
never used any of these tools in
I have, this is
AGOL.
awesome.
Are they?
Yeah, it's been such a pain to get the licensing and,
Yeah.
yeah.
So they do, like I said, it costs credits. It's pretty minimal. These credits, I don't know if I mentioned that before, like I said, they're a penny a piece.
A tenth of a penny. $100 gets you 1,000.
Yes, you're right. They're a dime a piece. I'm sorry. Yes. They're a dime a piece for credits because it's,
No, a tenth of a cent.
10 for a penny.
You
you
get 10
buy
for a penny.
1,000 credits for $100. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Don't make me do math.
Yeah. I know.
Yes, you have to buy them in blocks of 1,000 credits, and it's $100 for 1,000 credits. So
Which is cheap.
it's not bad. Yeah.
Heck, we spent $100 last night on whiskey.
We did.
You could have gotten so many credits for that.
So yeah, each tool has a little button at the bottom. It's not just like a guessing game, like, oh, they hit this analysis. I hope it doesn't eat through all my credits. There's a little button that'll tell you the estimated number of credits and you can make a decision before hitting go. You do it accidentally. I've had people do that accidentally. If you call up Esri and, kind of give them a little bit, if you cry a little bit for them, they'll restore your
We
credits. that you
actually
accidentally-
had something on our account and even they couldn't figure out what it was that was eating through like 5,000 credits a day.
Whoa.
Yeah, and so, and he couldn't, we tried deleting everything and there was a few things that would not let us delete it. And he gave us a Python script that just kind of stopped all processes and deleted all of it. And they gave us back
All
the
that,
estimated, yeah, they're really good about that. So,
no, that was with the federal government.
BLM, with the
Yeah,
BLM,
BLM,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
huge
can see- I can
organizations
see
like
how
that.
the BLM, they would be that.
Yeah.
BLM.
Huge organizations
But
like that don't even
it was
usually have
just-
a
It was
limit.
on a test account
Mhm.
for, with our contract company, and so they didn't know it was a BLM project.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
so they do it for the little guy too.
We'll have to try that with them.
Mhm.
So again, just kind of moving down the buttons, again, when you see those three dots, horizontal or vertical, it means there's a menu there and you see you can pop open a menu and there's a bunch of other things we can do here. Zoom to the layer, we can change the transparency. We messed with that visibility range a few minutes ago. Renaming the layer, refresh interval if you have something that's like live streaming, and you want to refresh it every 10 minutes, every half hour, whatever it is. This is one that's pretty neat, configure pop-up. That's one of the most complicated things in AGOL. You can get pretty deep into those pop-up boxes to really, like, you can write like HTML code in there to format it all right and put tables and colors and borders and
And link to other things.
yeah, and links to other websites and pictures
But
and
you can't get it to pop up off of your select.
no, you cannot get the box to not
Yeah,
pop up
that's
immediately on top of the thing you're trying to look at.
Crazy.
No, that one doesn't work.
That's the very frustrating thing about that.
And you can't, like, I'm still struggling with, I've got a data set of water sampling points. And they sample every week, but 3 weeks out of the month, they only sample for 4 things. And then once a month, they sample for 12 things. And I can't create a pop-up that doesn't show null values on the weeks that those attributes aren't there. So what I've had to do is break it into 4 different data sets.
Mhm.
And so that it only shows the 4 that are there all the time, and then the other one only gets updated once every 4 weeks or whatever. It's a pain. You should be able to filter within your labeling for null features or whatever, and just have them not show up.
So yeah, you can definitely get pretty complicated there. If you're feeling bold, go ahead and play around with that. At the very least, when you first click on it, it's pretty simple. You can at least choose which fields show up and don't show up. It's not like I don't want to scare you from clicking that button. Like it's when you first click it, you just get a list that just has check boxes next to all your fields, so you can turn off ones that aren't useful, like your object ID fields and whatever it is.
Yeah, you have to configure your attributes first.
Yeah. Yeah, here you can see a kind of shot of that. So yeah, you can get real far into here. Label options in AGOL are pretty rudimentary. You can choose a font size, you can make it bold, italic, underline, you can put a color. This is a pretty recent addition. You can add a halo boundary, which I really like. That makes your text way more readable. I highly recommend that if you aren't doing that in your maps. It makes it just way easier to read. But that's a pretty new one, actually. They didn't have that until maybe 6 months or a year ago.
What's the placement option for points, Gil?
All it is it just, so again, like if you've used desktop, you can get really complicated, right? You can use Maplex to tell it to, do all kinds of crazy things about placing the labels. And here it's super simple. So for the points, you just choose where it goes. So like the middle would be where the point is, and you can choose, like here, it would always put the label to the upper right of the point.
Oh, this is like
It's the anchor point.
centroid or something
It's
like that.
the anchor
Yeah.
point.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
text
So if you chose the middle one, it would always put your text right on top of your point versus like right here would always just be
To the
your point.
side.
Yeah, always be up and to the right of the point. But that's as complicated as you can get. That's it. For lines, you can tell it to put it above the line, on the line, or below the line. And that's as complicated as it gets. There's no more to do.
Can't make it squiggly.
No,
Mm.
And is there set on the line labels? I mean, you can.
not in
Oh.
AGOL. In ArcMap you can, but not in AGOL.
Fine.
All right.
Oh, hot diggity. Boy, I tell you what, Steve's happy today.
Yeah,
All right, well, with that, let's move into the next exercise, which again, there's a PDF with step-by-step instructions in the folder that you all have. And we're gonna take the training data that we uploaded last time, we're gonna make a web map out of it. I'm gonna encourage everyone to, I mean, follow through the exercise, but don't, you can go off script. Play around, hit different buttons. I mean, that's, you're here in class, you got me and some resources to help you out. If you hit a button and you don't know what you did.
Like they always say, you can't break it,
Yeah,
which always means for me, it's like, okay, let's see if I can.
It's like opening the do not delete folder.
Yeah, yeah, you can't delete this. Oh, yeah, watch.
so, yeah, I mean, go off script, play around a little bit. Definitely, you don't have to do every single thing I say exactly the way I say it, make your own symbols, play around for sure. And I will be here to just kind of hanging out to help anyone with any questions they may have. Again, for those of you online, I'll be doing my best to keep an eye on the chat box. So you can certainly plug in questions there, or I would also be fine if you just unmuted yourself and kind of chime in here.
How many people are online?
11. Excuse me, 10. We lost one.
They're all wearing masks.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. Where'd Rich go?
He said he had a conference call at 2:30.
Oh. I didn't think they were scheduling snow for today.
They didn't tell us they were scheduling snow.
No, no.
no, the weather report this morning said snow here today.
Oh, did it? I didn't check this morning. I checked last week.
Yeah, this is the same storm that Denver got earlier this morning,
Gotcha.
was moving from north to south.
Are they mentioning what kind of accumulation they're expecting?
Let's see.
That's what I'm doing too.
Only maybe an inch or so.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Only maybe an inch or so.
Oh.
actually stop using it just to not clog up the pipeline for everyone else. Oh, my wife just sent me a picture. It's beautiful, sunny blue skies and gypsum.
Supposed to end by about 7 PM tonight, and they're saying 1 to 3 total.
Cool. And sunny tomorrow, and Saturday, and Sunday.
Yes.
You have passed the veil, Nick?
I don't. I decided to ditch Vail last season. I haven't passed a sunlight outside of Glenwood.
All right, on.
I wish I could ditch now. I don't have a choice though.
Yeah, Crested Butte, unfortunately.
Jeannie,
They
would
never
you
should have sold it
hand
out.
me a
Yeah.
Diet
I'm
Pepsi.
stuck.
Thank you. Yeah, it looks like there's no more snow in the forecast after today until Monday or Tuesday.
Good, because then I'll be out of town
Well, I'm gonna tomorrow
When are you
race
flying
home.
out?
Monday after work.
Take those with you. I don't want them. She's going to Hawaii.
Are you?
Yeah, yep.
For work or for fun?
For fun, no, working.
I don't think going to Hawaii is
Which island?
for
Taking
fun
my
anymore.
computer or anything, we're going
With
to
all
Honolulu.
the testing and whatnot. they're making everybody do.
Yeah, so we got a rental car, we're just gonna drive around and do the Pearl Harbor tour and stuff, and
Nice.
I wanna shoot for Maui this weekend, because that's the other national park there that I haven't been to. We went to volcanoes last time on the Big Island,
Maui's pretty
highly
nice.
recommended. What's that?
Volcanoes is
Maui's
cool.
pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a beautiful
I spent
drive.
most of
yeah, that's.
last
kinda
June
where
in
I-
Hawaii. It was
Yeah,
awesome. Yeah.
Hawaii. Now we'll have done Honolulu. and
We rented a
there's
Jeep and just
5, 7,
trucked around the island.
But.
It's the
yeah, something
homeless
like that, but-
capital, well, homeless paradise, because they got
Yeah.
chickens everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hawaii's got chickens all over the island.
I'm excited, so.
Those are big flakes out there.
get out of town.
Yeah.
If it snows 3 inches in just like the next 5 hours, it's kind of intense.
Yep. Yep. Another test of my driving skills on my slick tires. I love it.
Friend driving down.
You gotta have good tires, Pete.
Well, I think was gonna get some, then I thought I'd sell the truck, and I thought I will. And now it's like, I'm buying tires now, they're too damn expensive. Ridiculous.
Cheaper than a new truck.
Well, I'm thinking of it. But they're ridiculously expensive too. This is just not a good time to buy anything.
No. We were-
Although, in another year, yeah, the prices might come down, but guess what's gonna go up? The interest rates. So, buy more now at less interest, or wait and buy less at higher interest.
Well, that's why
Why
we,
don't you start saving now and pay for it outright next year?
Well.
Oh, that would require some planning.
Well.
Budgeting.
Well, I start
Sorry.
my social security payments
Mhm.
this next month.
You're
oh
getting
yeah, because you
$67
can't
raise.
defer it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't, I'm at the end of my road.
Yeah.
All right.
No. But,
Getting a roommate and not really having a roommate.
no, I've been there, done that.
Maybe they have a cryptocurrency that's whiskey based.
Mm.
That would be dangerous for Pete.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
But that's why part of the reason we bought our camper, the new one, is because they, even though our old one was 5 years old, they gave us for a trade-in almost as much as we paid for it new.
Mhm. Mhm.
And
Well, I was looking at Forerunners, and a secondhand Forerunner is as expensive as a brand new one.
oh yeah,
Mhm.
you know,
They're wonderful.
that's what I've heard, that's what I've heard.
Melissa and Jay are still driving my 2004 4Runner.
Well, I still drive my 2002 Ford.
I still
Well-
drive my 96 Toyota, it's parked down there.
Ford's making that new
Oh,
cheap truck.
the Bronco? Oh, the
No,
Maverick.
Maverick, yeah. Starts at 20 grand or something.
Yeah, I don't even want a truck anymore, because I never use it as a truck. Except maybe twice or three times, you know, it's like,
When you have a friend that's moving,
yeah,
right?
and I've gotten rid of all my friends who are moving.
So you got rid of all your friends.
Well, friends I don't have.
Well,
That's the only reason
I have
we're-
acquaintances, they get paid very well.
The only reason we have our truck is because of the camper.
I think of a Bronco.
Those
I-
new, I don't like the new Broncos, though.
I think they got some certain level of appeal.
Yeah, I just think they're ugly. I expected them to look more like the old Broncos.
But, I mean, the new cars now, you're gonna wait 6 months.
Yeah. Pardon?
Back in the late 70s.
Yeah.
Those Broncos. Of course, they were pretty hazardous.
Although I was reading an article yesterday. Porsche is coming out with a new all-wheel drive 911 variant.
Okay.
Starts at 110,000.
That's what you want.
Shoot.
You don't want the new Tesla truck?
No. I tell you what, though, a friend of mine bought Tesla, what is it, M3 or
Mhm.
talk about fast. The acceleration in those things. Scary, literally scary. He took me for a ride and goes, watch this, and stomped it. And I mean, it plasters you back. It's the fastest accelerating car I've ever been in. It's amazing. And he goes, watch this, no hands. So I'm like. But and I think that's a dangerous thing
Mhm.
to be manufacturing cars now where you can play games and not have to steer.
Not have to steer, not have to brake.
Did I say late Paleozoic diamictites?
Mhm.
Oh, I meant to say late Precambrian diamictites. I
Oh,
apologize.
Pete, God.
Egregious,
horrible.
200 million years of my
I
friends,
know.
you know? A few hundred million years. of
Oh, yeah,
my
yeah, yeah,
friends.
yeah. Nothing, right?
It matters.
That was funded by National Geographic. That experience.
When was that, when you were going to,
I was doing my master's at Old Dominion,
okay, where's Old Dominion?
Norfolk, Virginia.
Okay. But you went to Cambridge too, right? Or
Oxford.
Oxford?
That was my doctorate.
All
And
over
that was a
that.
lot of fun.
Well, I'm sure.
Oh, God. They're so easy to take the Mickey out of. The English is just so,
What was the process, like the application process for that, like? Do you have to be recommended for it?
that helps, certainly. Now, for myself, we were coming back from West Africa. My supervisor, Steve Culver, who was British. He's a week older than I am, right? So we got along really, really well. And he had, before we left, he said, look, I want to go see my parents in Blackpool, England. Do you want to come along? Have you ever been there? I've never been to England. Yeah, I'll come along. Well, we go see his parents. And we still had a couple days before our flight back home. So he said, well, let's go see my best mate, Pete Bull, who just became a Don at Oxford. We go to Oxford, hang out with Pete Bull for 2 days, 2 very, very drunken days.
Okay.
Pete Bull was a hell of a drinker. And when we're on the plane, Steve Culver says to me, so how are you gonna pay for it? And I'm like, oh God, did I break something or, you know? He goes, no, how are you gonna pay for school? I go, what are you talking about? He goes, don't you remember? You and Pete Bull decided you're gonna do your doctorate at Oxford? And I'm like, oh. That's how I got in.
So you don't remember how you ended up there?
Well, no, I buy an airplane, but
and they recommended that they have a designated notebook server.
Hi, everyone. We're back. Sorry, we're having some internet issues here in Salida.
You mean like Microsoft notebook?
Like Jupyter notebooks.
Thanks for holding down the fort, Barbara. So yeah, if anyone typed any questions in the chat in the last like 5 minutes, I didn't see them. So yeah, if you had any questions in the last 5 minutes, go ahead and re-ask those.
You're supposed to be out skiing.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Just kind of comparing this to Pro a little bit.
Yeah.
When you save the layer here, is that like saving your edits?
Give me some skin, brother.
How are you?
This kid here?
Yeah.
So what
that does,
I
should
explain that, it saves all the stuff.
Are you staying in comfort?
So like if you set up symbolic.
Cool.
Yeah,
We're just finishing up.
Saves it all, so the next time you add that here, it'll come in with all that stuff.
So I hit save up here, and then it's gonna save my own project, or save,
And nobody else can see.
Yes. Save the map exactly, and then save this whole map, everything you've done, it'll save even this zoom where you're zoomed in.
Yeah.
It'll save everything. The save layers for where you can, helps you if you put it in different.
I think it's really cool.
It
I love
is,
it.
and then
Colorado's, the roads look clear. But by the time I got over to Kenosha Pass, it was just snowpack the rest of the way.
And everybody going slow and easy.
Okay.
Yeah, in terms of quality of driver safety out there is good.
Yeah.
No dumbasses.
It's you. I wasn't on the road.
Oh, thank you.
Link it.
Yeah, he's got bald tires on his truck, so he does.
And for the record, I put new ones on yesterday. I would have been like,
I got bald
And
tires.
it does that, and you
But
just
I-
click on the link and it spits you
Fall
out
down, go
to
from there.
Yeah.
the stack forum or stack exchange
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
And you can search for it.
Ah,
I love it, and then so much so. in the time of the-
Has everybody in the family been healthy, been good?
For my phone and my iPad.
Oh,
So I can put assignments and grade them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I can, you know. text
There you go.
and
There you go.
things like that.
Did you?
I got no complaints.
Yeah, did you retire?
No. I'm
Teasing something, because
I talked about it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I gotta go back in there. and refresh my memory a little bit.
But I can't afford it. You know, that's-
I think the other.
I
thing
got
I think
shit
was-
for retirement. I got Social Security. I'll start collecting this
I
next
haven't been
month.
successful in it, actually, I just gave in.
Because he
but I
can't
was
defer it any
trying to-
longer.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
put it on my D drive. And when
I don't
download
work as
3
hard
books,
as I
it
used
calls
to.
to my C drive.
But I like,
And I can't
I
figure
wanna
out how to
say that.
remap it. To my D drive.
I like my work.
You
No.
would have to
And it's,
move everything to the D drive and then.
where else
remap
can I
it
go
back,
during the day?
Which is
Okay,
not hard, it's just in your environment, and I can do system environments, I'll show you that.
okay,
Yeah, it shouldn't be terribly difficult.
okay.
And
So
some,
who we
a
have
way to
represented in the
avoid
class
having to
today?
do all that work would be to.
Where's everybody
get
from?
it there from the get-go. and
Ah.
then
Mainly
browse to it
The
and
nearby
know,
vicinity.
and you might
you know,
still have to.
when
add
was
that
the-
in,
So
right?
one of this stuff, one just for
Like,
bowling across people.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
it's not terribly
Gunnison,
difficult. That's kinda
Crested
like
Butte.
You run Python and command line and it says that no trace pack or whatever.
Yeah.
And what about with,
Path is not mapped, it can't.
COL?
Yeah.
And then we've got 11
Yeah,
online.
it's pretty
from-
easier to do that,
We'll
yeah.
have a lot.
You're gonna
online
be here
tomorrow.
tomorrow too, right? Okay.
Well, it's got that all-star lineup.
Yeah, bring it on tomorrow, we'll
Definitely,
take a look.
Okay.
definitely. Did I bring
Hey,
you?
Steve,
Hello,
how are you?
better than I deserve.
Deb, you said we can leave everything?
That's what Becky said.
Yeah,
And I'm just thinking of the food and
Yeah,
water.
Rich talked to her, yeah,
Okay,
and said that it's okay to leave everything.
perfect. Makes life a lot easier.
well, we don't want to load the crate back in my car anyway.
No,
Like a
we gotta move
sucker.
that box too, because I can't see
I
it.
bet it is.
You drive through town, the clear's bell, and then you're in this whiteout. and then
Well,
it's
you've got
clear
the
as a
car
bell,
keys,
and
so-
whiteout.
I do. Well, then I was
Patchy,
thinking
that's no problem.
too. I guess even if we put that back in there, we could flip the back seat up if anyone wanted to ride with us over
Yeah.
there.
But maybe tomorrow when we pack up, somebody else can take the box and the black box.
I'm not taking that home.
Well,
not
I
taking
know,
it-
but I meant to get it to Creekside for the strategic planning, somebody else could take it.
Got tons of room in the truck, yeah.
Black box?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, because I mean, you saw.
Yeah, the back of my car was packed.
It was-
Yeah. No, we can throw it in the back of the truck, that's
Us
fine.
on the end, like, God forbid we get.
Well, I'm gonna race back to Dallas tomorrow, pick up
Both our heads.
breakfast burritos, wine. It's only an hour drive.
Oh, yeah.
He's gotta go pick up a case of wine for the weekend.
Case of that.
Homemade wine.
There's a song about that?
Yeah. I keep telling everybody, we fooled around with putting some LSD in, but nobody remembered which bottles got it. So it's kind of like a surprise. Yes, those really are colors you're seeing.
Into the rainbow. Turn loud.
So what'd your son end up doing, Steve?
Well, I was gonna tell you tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
He's looking for work, if anybody's. But I am happy to report he is a legal drone pilot.
Cool.
So if anybody needs any drone work done.
Oh,
I know a
drone.
guy.
I thought you said he's a legal drone pilot.
That takes a lot of training.
A lifetime.
8 hours, bottle to throttle. Learning catchphrase in the
Well,
flying world.
Bennett decided CSU was not for him.
Uh-huh.
So he's going to Morgan Community College online this semester. Living at my house, he's working at Target and at a poke place,
A what?
Hawaiian poke, the raw fish.
Oh, okay. Sushi?
Well, it's not because it's bowls. But he's doing world mythology and world religions or something
Amen to that.
this semester online.
That was my second major when I was doing my French degree. It was Eastern religions.
Yeah. Choosing. Unique
I
words that
I
are
see you're recycling.
Unique, it's to pull all of the unique values that are already in there.
I have actually.
Value lets you just type in what you want,
I wish
but the
Joe
unique
had
one will
the
auto
same
populate the
thing.
list with whatever's actually in there.
Yeah. Okay, I knew that. Yeah.
That's all good.
So you have some pithy commentary on classic view versus the new view.
Yes, he did.
Yes.
You're a little away on that, but
Strong feeling.
I'm here all weekend, so I'd love to hear it.
It's
Yeah,
like,
I'm not a fan of
I
the new
don't
one.
use the new one.
I am
I
not-
just
it,
agreed to be on some Esri, like feedback, whatever. And I'm just deciding what I should bite my tongue on and what I should say.
oh, I would.
Send them my way. I won't bite my tongue on anything.
Whatever you tell me and I'll submit it. I just don't
No.
get the new viewer. I mean, I'm looking at
It
one thing,
takes
but
some
then.
getting used to, but there are things about it I like better.
Yeah.
Some things.
Let's make a list. Not
Okay.
now, but-
No, we got, like I said, we got, we can do that.
Thinking I'm looking at it, I'm missing something.
No,
It's not very intuitive. That part I don't like. Yeah.
well, and it's really hard, I find, to evaluate a new version versus an old version, when you still
They're
have
very
both.
different.
And you know the old
They're
version
very different.
really well.
Thinking about it too, I don't find the old one very intuitive, you know,
No.
but we got used to it.
Yeah,
So,
exactly,
yeah.
exactly. But and you said this already, Jeannie, the things that you can do quite easily in the old version, not very easy to do in the new version. It's, I'm still a classic guy, I guess.
Classic, not classy.
Thank you.
Is it classic, not classy?
Yeah, no, I'm not classy.
He's got a lot of class. It's so low.
God, I don't have to carry anything out. Except my. Nick, where are we at?
We are working through exercise number 3 for web mapping. How are we doing?
I'm doing great.
A little bit more. Oh, shoot. Almost 2 minutes.
Darcy's driving down tonight,
I believe so.
so I'm assuming she knows what the weather's like.
She's staying out at Creekside tonight, I think.
Yeah. I think she and Anna had gotten,
Yeah, but now Anna's not coming, so.
All right, one good question in the chat box from Dave Hinman. Let me share my screen. He was asking about specific utilities symbol sets, and I'm sure a lot of you work in specific industries where you're used to, using specific symbol sets. Like I was saying before, AGOL certainly is much simpler as far as the mapping capabilities it has. So in general, you're probably not going to be able to make the same maps that would be able to make in desktop GIS. But I did find, at least if you're doing points, if you go to the symbology for your point layers, up here at the top, there's this little drop down, and there's a whole bunch of different categories here, but they do have a few at the bottom here: utilities, water, stormwater, sewer, transportation, public safety. I don't know if these are actually the ones that you're looking for, if these are the symbols you like or are used to using, but there's something in here. But that's about as much as I could find. There's some cutesy, cartoony things. But as far as like for points, you have at least some options there. For lines and polygons, it's just that very simple. Right, you can choose a fill color and an outline, and that's it.
Well, there are a few pattern options and stuff.
You can set patterns for a line. Can you do it? Okay, you can do it for the outline of a polygon. So yeah, I mean, you can start to do certain things certain ways. Yeah, maybe there's something that you usually draw, as a red dashed line around it. So you kind of have to work within the parameters of what you're given for the point, for the lines and the polygons. For points, there's a few choices there in that drop down.
How did you get to there again?
To get to the drop down
Yeah.
thing, so you have to have a point layer. It doesn't work for lines and polygons, have to be points, and you just go to your symbology. And then the options to open it up. And then you click to change the symbols. And up
In
here,
the neighborhoods,
No, so, yeah, exactly. So for points, we have three things, right, in our symbology. We have shape, where we can change the kind of the marker that we're using for the point, and we have fill and outline. If we're doing lines or polygons, though, we just have fill and outline. So yeah, it's probably not quite everything you want, but it's something.
Can you import point symbols?
You can do pictures, can't you?
Yeah, you can do custom images. So you can save it as like a JPEG and bring it in and use that as your marker symbol.
So you're using image
But
down at the
it's-
bottom.
Okay.
Kind of kludgy. It does like a white background, does like a white square around it, depending
Yeah.
on what it is.
Even
And
if it's a transparent background from the phone.
So yeah, you can see there is an option. It looks like you have to upload an image online.
yeah,
You're here tomorrow?
And yeah, it is, good point. It is 3 o'clock. I did put on the agenda I sent out that we would be done at 3 o'clock. I want to respect everyone's time, obviously, so anyone who wants to leave, by all means, please take off. I'm not gonna hold you hostage here.
Okay.
Get out. But if people would like to stay, if you're still working through the exercises, if you have questions, I know we spent a lot of time talking today and kind of conversing, which was great. We didn't quite get to the last session. I was hoping just to kind of an open question and answer session. So if anyone does have something they want to, something pressing that they want to run by me, I'd be happy to answer questions. So I'll stick around as long as everyone else wants to stick around, but if you would like to leave, thank you for joining us today, and I hope to see some of you tomorrow at the quarterly meeting, either in person or virtually.
Well, I'm gonna go have a nap. That's what you do when you get 70 years old. You have naps.
So yeah, thank you all so much for attending, and I'll keep kind of hanging out here, and if anyone has any questions, let me know.
Nick, you'll be around tomorrow, right?
Mhm.
So if I have questions tomorrow.
I'll be around to answer everyone's question but yours.
Okay. I'll do my best to troubleshoot on my own.
Yeah, of course, of
'Cause
course.
I might like I did again, go through the tutorial later. Yeah. of course.
And we will see you tomorrow.
If you have any time with questions, problems.
I'll be
Hey, are we giving
tomorrow,
out
too.
certificates or anything like that, or?
I did not think that far ahead. If anyone would like a certificate, we definitely can provide you with one.
Yeah, some kind of
It would be
acknowledgement, because-
emailed, we're not gonna print them out, but.
Yeah, so yeah, if anyone's trying to get continuing ed credits or anything like that, let us know. We'd be more than happy to give you a certificate of attendance for today.
here's P points.
This will be good for work.
Right?
I did actually go and do this.
Be careful.
Right, I'll see you guys
All
tomorrow.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Drive careful. Yeah. thank you. I'm only going down the street.
Actually, no, there's not much going on right on the edge, so it shouldn't be big.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna go back to the hotel and lay down for a little bit.
Okay.
We're gonna do 5 o'clock at the Boathouse Cantina.
Is there a carpool effort or?
I think so.
Just meet in the
It's-
lobby and-
It's about a mile walk
Yeah.
one way.
Yeah.
So I know I'll be up for carpooling. And I'm an experienced drunk driver, so I don't.
The years have served you
We're
well.
He's got a punch card with the Chaffee County Sheriff. Your 10th one's free.
Now, I tell you what, Chaffee County used to have really quite a reputation for picking up speeders.
They used to be really
Wow.
predatory.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
5 years ago, you couldn't drive through this county without like getting hit with like 5 speed traps.
Well, I passed two coming in here. and
Yeah.
One on 50 and one was sitting like he
Up on
just
280.
finished up on 285.
State patrol.
No?
No,
Chaffee County?
locals, yeah.
Or sheriffs on set on the side of the vehicle and there's Chaffee County Sheriff, they were not state.
Yeah, it's not really snowing up north.
Yeah, they used to,
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know
Yeah, my wife,
Terry's
yeah,
5 miles.
it started
away.
like an hour before here.
Oh.
Like an hour.
All right, I'm going back to the hotel. Have you, you're staying same place?
Yeah, I haven't checked in yet. I drove by it, but I'm.
Yeah, let's go.
Settled in.
Yeah, you can get checked in and I'm gonna have a nap and we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Yep.
Don't anybody do anything I wouldn't do?
Got it.
And from the conversation, you can tell that's not a whole lot.
Do you need any help or anything done here?
No, I think we're gonna leave most
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
We're gonna get the box out of my car so that we have more room.
That's not very heavy.
No, it's not, it's the t-shirts.
Thanks, Nick. Nice job.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Yeah. Oh, cool. Thank you.
So is the access to delete stuff, is it in the content? That's the only place stuff is saved?
Yes. Yeah, if you want to delete an item, you have to do it from the content page. Ah. There you go, Kat. Good call, Kat. I'm sorry for those of you that had to type out that URL for that school's data set. I failed to realize I gave you a PDF, which many of you probably can't copy and paste from, so. I apologize if you had to manually type out that ungodly thing there.
Well, thank you, guys.
Yeah,
I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be here, so
All right.
get to go do some work. For all the stuff on this.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, I'll see everyone in the morning.
See you in the morning. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any of you online, I don't know if everyone heard, I know most of you are not in the Salida area, but I know some of you are. For those of you that are in the Salida area, we will be going to dinner at the Boathouse Cantina around 5 o'clock. Sometime, probably a few minutes after, 5:15, 5:30, but if anyone in Salida would like to join the GIS group, that's where we'll be hanging out.
The light is right there. Where it's on the edge.
It's hit up against the Sangres and that's just like kind of settling down in the White Mountain Valley.
Yeah, now this is the darker blue is heavy. snowball. That's the stretch out there.
Exactly. What application they're using for this?
Its company is WeatherTap. And they, it's a
Custom?
subscription. site,
Well, I
but-
just kind of wonder if this is all custom or.
Oh, no,
if
it could
it's-
very well.
Looks like
be.
Mapbox.
Yeah, yeah, Mapbox, it could be, if we do what is it, Control Shift I or something, for the inspect tool. If there's Esri, it'll say,
Oh, it's,
I mean, unless it's custom, because the one for the BLM, if you do that, it won't show.
yeah, that's Control Shift I.
Hmm. Yeah, they built their own, but,
They've been around for a long time.
yeah.
And it's all NOAA radar feed, so they don't have their own radar sets. It's a pretty good, it's a pretty good service.
Yep, they probably built their own. That's nice. WeatherTap? you said?
WeatherTech, yeah.
I wonder if they have that, for mobile.
They do. If you wanna
Oh,
slide us to the
yeah.
phone back on, but I can show that to
We
you.
have Weather Sentry, which is Schneider Electric,
Mm.
and they have a mobile app as well, and their data is pretty good.
And then they also do each individual NOAA radar local site too. So this is a composite kind of a thing, but whatever they use for their logarithm, I mean, it's really pretty good. Because they can fill in some of the gaps up in the mountains, you know.
Mhm.
This will be an interesting test. I'm not sure if I can get into both at the same time. We'll find out.
Did you have to pay for it?
Yeah, it's about $80 a year.
Oh, okay.
And if you have the website, the app is free.
Oh, so this browser,
Yeah, this is tied to their servers. Yeah. Sure, we'll see. This is the app. And it's tied to myself as far as the
oh, okay.
location
Yeah.
question.
Mhm. That's nice.
So it's essentially the same.
Yeah. Mhm. I just controls
Yeah.
theoretically.
There.
Okay, there we go.
So it centers to your location. So normally I'm up, that's where I live, is the home. buttons.
Oh, okay, so you can designate your home.
Yeah,
and
you can
turn
put
on-
it, yeah, you can put in points and lines, as far as local things. They do that mainly because if you're monitoring a certain place for weather warnings, especially tornado warnings, stuff like that. And then they have, aside from these apps, they've got it's a full service kind of weather thing. You can get into the model data. Forecasting stuff. They've got good satellite. Satellites. They're a real professional group.
Yeah, I mean, it's their business to do it right.
Yeah, I got into knowing about them because I still am a fairly active stroke chaser. So they promoted themselves to that market in particular. So it's pretty good. Yeah.
See what the others up
What
there
what
and
you're
stuff.
driving into.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
So is there any kind of downside to, because I'm just basically a one-party kind of a organization, but I want to be able to make stuff that I can send out to a small group that would be, tied to me, basically. Is there a best minimum number or maximum number, or, I mean, you said you can do it with just one other person,
Yeah,
but,
um,
okay, and is there any fees for that? If you set up a group like that?
no, so the only fees associated is you have to have the licensing for
Just the
ArcGIS
license.
Online, which either you have to pay for a desktop license, if you pay for ArcMap or ArcPro,
Right.
you get AGOL. Or you can, for $500 a year, you can get like just an AGOL license. You can buy just an AGOL username without any desktop software. And it's $500 a year for the good level account at the advanced level account.
Organizational account and stuff.
Yeah,
If
and
you're,
so, and then I think you can add like viewer accounts for cheaper, maybe $200 or $250 a year for like a viewer account.
your other option would be, since you're doing it for a nonprofit,
Right.
Oh,
would
yeah.
be to get the $100 license.
Oh, do that.
That's what we do.
Yeah, you can pay Esri $100 and it gets you an ArcInfo or an ArcMap. It gets you basically a full license. So you get pro and desktop, and you get your AGOL user, and you get, I think, 1,000 credits or something like that.
Looked about right, I looked online, and yeah. that sounds
Yeah.
correct.
And then if you're only gonna share and you don't really care if somebody else sees your maps, just make them all public, and then you don't even need a second user. You just create them, make them all public, and then send them that, bit.ly URL, and they can provide whatever feedback, and because that's $100 is way cheaper than having to.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, it gets you a desktop and a pro license, as well as the extensions and your ArcGIS Online.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were doing nonprofit for sure. Yeah, that's the way to go. $100 a year, you can't,
Yeah,
practically nothing, yeah. And you get
You can't use
everything.
it for profit, right?
Yeah, you just can't use it for commercial work.
Make money and sell your maps.
I don't know what they do, as you might hunt you down, try to have their lawyers make you pay for a full license, I guess, but,
well, how would they ever know, really?
well, exactly, they'd have to have a way.
Look at the list of like extensions that I get with that license, and it's long.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have one as well.
All those, like the network analysis you're talking about earlier, we get that. Spatial analysis, I don't use a lot of these, but the spatial analyst one is,
But the spatial analyst would be really handy for you in respect to the desktop side. If you're doing, rails to trails and other stuff, you can do your cross sections and everything with
Yeah.
spatial analyst. And you can see what the grade of the trail is over distance and stuff.
I actually, I mentioned I was working in the Black Hills, and they have tremendous rails to trail.
Oh, yeah, I grew up in Rapid City, so,
Yeah.
well,
that
actually,
is-
between Rapid City and Sturgis.
Yeah, that is just a fantastic trail, 110 miles long.
Oh, yeah.
So it's for real.
Yeah,
And I think they do have that as you can go online and get profile in effect. Yeah.
yeah. But definitely the $100 nonprofit, would be the way to go for that, because it'll give you not only your desktop so that you can still create, your own data and everything, but gives you all the AGOL stuff too.
We'll look into that.
And it's just $100 a year from Esri.
Nick, I have a question for you.
Yes.
I'm on page 31 of the exercise. Almost there at the end where I'm trying to change the style. It's page 31, number 29. step.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to change this, trying to change the style of the analysis result layer. So when I go to that, I am seeing like 4 different selections in my table of contents. It says like counts and amounts, size, select, counts and amounts, color, location, single symbol, and types, unique symbols. Which one am I? Yeah, I've got like 3, I've got 4 of those. I can share my screen if that helps.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, I say that, but I don't know how easy that actually is.
You might have to give
So,
permission.
You might
Are
have
you
to
seeing
give-
what I have over on the left here? I think it
Yes,
might
that's
be-
what I'm seeing, yes. So where am I going in all of that to? I guess I get a little confused as to what all of those different options are.
Yeah, that's actually new since the last time I've seen this.
Okay.
Or, this is what I was talking about with AGOL. It's always changed. This is literally continuous timeline color. What
Yeah.
the?
You would want unique symbols though, right? Or
Yeah,
no,
I
you
mean
want
size, the one
yeah,
that it's shown there. I don't know why
Yeah.
it says age though. Why does it say age?
age of
I think the
feature.
attribute.
Oh, it's because this is a date field.
Yes.
It's being smart on me. I chose this first occurrence, I guess, which must be a date field, and it's actually trying to give me some. That's why it says age. So let me pick something else that's a number that's not even just ladder long. I mean,
Traffic.
there we go. You probably have something like this: counts and amount, size, counts and amounts,
Exactly.
color.
Mhm.
So count and amount size is drawing it. You can kind of Zoom thing.
Symbols.
Yeah, it's just, you can see what it's doing here. The size, it's just making the point symbols bigger, the bigger the numbers get. If I did color, you see we can kind of apply like a color scale, like light to
It's
dark
darker the
for low
bigger
to
it is.
high.
Okay,
So it's just kind of the different, if you want to use color, kind of a variation in color to show the differences in the numeric values, or if you want to use the kind of different sizes
And
in the
then
numeric
If you
values.
went back to the color values, does each dot represent a certain number then?
Well, so this way, it depends on the kind of data you have, right? Because I chose, this is the latitude, so
Right,
this is
but
just
look at
numbers.
the map. It's designating different dots, so yeah, try to zoom in. What's the point? You know what I mean?
Well, that's the latitude of the crime.
Yeah, so this is actually, I should find a better example. This one's the latitude, which is why they're going from light to dark, going south to north, because the
Sure.
latitude is increasing.
Oh, okay, so that's where the crime's at, and it's
Yeah.
saying that the latitude. is
Exactly,
higher
so this
there.
would be-
Oh, I see, okay. So, yeah, so if you went back and did that, and then we try to find, if you went back and did the other one that you have in the exercise, which one was?
In the exercise, I'd have to work it through. In the exercise, I have them run some analysis to get the number of crimes near schools. It walks them through the whole thing where they do a buffer of the schools, and then
So
they.
which field are you using for?
I don't have it, so in the exercise,
I
they're
see.
pulling in some schools data, and then they're doing a buffer of the schools, and then they're using the analysis tools
Huh.
to do basically a spatial join of number of crimes within the buffer of the
Sure.
school. And that's what they're using, so the data they have makes more sense, where like if there's been
Well,
more
let's look at
more
the
crimes
new-
near a school, it's a bigger dot.
Yeah, let's look at the new options and see. Just for fun, well, I think if you change the field you're attributing.
Yeah, back to the,
First,
and this might not be new, actually, it might just be that I've never tried to symbolize points in AGOL by a date field.
yeah.
So it's entirely possible what I said about this
Well,
being
that's why
brand
I'm
new is not
Yeah,
true.
pick something that's not a date field.
Something that is a number, but it's not a date, right?
Yeah.
And that's where I
so-
wasn't sure. I think that
So
all I have
scroll
is-
down, like incident or,
Those are all like text fields, though. So we can do that, but then it's
Oh,
not
that's
gonna
the
give me.
address.
Yeah, exactly. So because this is a text field, it's not gonna, you have to, right, I know Jeannie and Deb know this, right? Like you have to think about like what kind of data, if it's, you know.
Well, but do you have
um,
a field in there that's,
Like sometimes you have like categorized data, like this right here, it's the
Yeah.
offense category, we were looking
Yeah.
at burglary,
There you go.
drug.
there's a good one.
Yeah. Versus like numbers. If you have numbers, right, you can't just do 6 different colored dots for numbers. It doesn't work out as well.
What's the drawing style it's showing you with this though? Is it
Types,
back to-
unique symbols.
Yeah, it's back to what we're used to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
types,
Okay,
unique symbols.
Okay.
I can't do the graduated size
Oh.
dots for this because it doesn't apply.
because you
There's no
don't have a
numbers here.
count.
Right.
Yeah.
Just the big categories, gotcha. So you have to like merge something.
Yeah, it has to, you
Or
have to
join
have done
it,
an
sorry, yeah.
analysis to
Well, what I can do
conglomerate
is I
isn't the right
can,
word.
I can see if anyone in class has shared their results data, I'll be able to get it this way.
Nice being there.
There's Denver data. Now I'm getting down into my stuff. Is this the analysis results though? The schools
I
with the,
got to the end and click share.
That one looks,
I mean, I can just do it quickly. Let's see. Bring it out of the way. Okay, Barbara says let's see if I can find it. There's add.
Yeah, I think I saw hers in there. But Peter said that his is all the way done too.
I clicked share. I don't know why it's not why it's not showing up.
Oh, it's not? I thought you said it was the one CB something.
Well, it's there, but this is the original data that I gave him to upload.
Yeah.
I need that, the analysis output.
Stewardship is not yours, Peter?
No, that's him, but this is the original,
Oh, I see.
it's
Yeah,
these 2 data sets. It's not the output of the
There's
analysis.
Barbara's. There's Barbara's. She just made
Mine's
it.
called Denver Crimes, but why isn't it
Okay.
showing up?
Let's see, we'll go to groups. We will find this group. We'll get the content for this group.
That's pretty.
Web
Barbara's
map.
got it all symbolized and.
Oh, it looks like maybe
done
some
there.
people shared the web map, and this is where it gets complicated. It looks like I can see here Barbara and whoever was training number 1, I forget who I gave that to. They shared their web maps, but I don't need the web map. I need the data. Right? We
Oh, how do you
ran an
share the-
analysis to calculate the number of crimes within, I think it's a half mile of each school.
So which,
So we need
at
that
which
new,
point would you share the data and not the web map? And how would you do one and not the other?
well, in this case, actually, so like, if I try to open Barbara's web map now, I don't think it'll work for me. Because she shared the map with me, but not the data. So I don't think this will actually work. And of course, somehow it does.
Never fails.
There we go. The
Okay.
layers
Yeah.
summarize drug and alcohol crimes within
Gotcha.
buffer of
So
public
it's not gonna
schools.
show you everything.
Yeah,
Because she's got to share the data. So where would you do that?
Yeah, I guess so.
I didn't even realize that it wouldn't, because this comes up and I get frustrated and I didn't realize that's why that's happening.
well, that's one reason why. There's a few reasons why this can happen, but yeah, that's one of them for sure. So, I mean, to fix this, to make this not happen, what would need to happen is Barbara would need to do it, right? Because she's the owner of this data set. I can't share her data. She would have to go into her content and make sure to share this data set with the group.
Okay.
Right, but when she has this map open, she's created this map, she's
Yep.
run the analysis. How does she share that data set and not just the map?
You go back to the content. And you would find the web map and also the data that goes with it. It's like, I don't have the data right now because I didn't run that analysis.
But say you wanted to do this with your own then.
Yeah, so you just find the web map and you'd find the data layer that's inside that web map. And you would share it,
'em. Okay,
and you'd share it with our group.
Oh, so it doesn't matter if it's publicly shared already, you have to share it with the group specifically?
Well, no, if it's publicly
Okay,
shared, then
then it would
that's,
do it.
yeah,
Okay,
public
I see.
sharing overrides all. I mean, if it's publicly shared, then you don't have to worry about groups or anything. So
but
no.
isn't that where? When she shared the web map with the group, wouldn't it have given you the pop-up that said that data, or it doesn't work
I
for
would
that?
think it would have. She may have shared her map before she ran the analysis.
Oh,
That
okay.
output data set with the summary statistics.
Gotcha.
That would be my guess. Yeah, and Barbara says right.
Okay, yep. Now we're tracking.
Vanessa says she thinks she shared it.
Okay, let's
She shared
find
all
out.
of her data.
Let's see. Go to content. Here we go. Yep, I see Vanessa's right here. So there's the data set, summarize drugs and alcohol crimes within buffer of public schools.
You get the gold star, Vanessa.
So I'll open that. Now I'm actually still looking at Barbara's map, because remember that was the last map I had open,
Right.
was Barbara's map. So I'm actually looking at Barbara's map, but I added
With
Vanessa's data
Oh, okay.
into Barbara's map. And now this is where they're point layers, and you see I got myself into my silly little, why can't I click and do anything here? It's because I'm over here, I need to go to this middle one.
Okay, and then in order to get rid of Barbara's data or Vanessa's, you would just have to remove those layers.
So like if I wanted to start an entirely different map, like if I go into my content, and I had something entirely different, I was done working on this Denver crimes thing, I wanted to work on something else, like, yeah, I can take this data set, I can add it to a new map.
Can we do that with Vanessa and Barbara's data then too?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So you can see now that these are just some polygons, but you can see now I didn't keep anything from the last map I had because I added it to a new map.
Okay.
And so now if I go back to like my content,
There's some new things in the chat too.
and you can see if I was messing around, whatever, I was doing some stuff in my content, and if I go back to the map, it's gonna lead me back right exactly where I was. Let's see, let's check, see if we have Barbara's data yet. So I will go up here. We'll go to groups. Scroll down and find our group here, and click on it. And I'll go in the blue bar to look at the content for this group.
There's Vanessa's.
There's Vanessa's buffer of crimes, and it looks like I'm still seeing your web map, Barbara, but not the data.
No, that's the original data.
That's the original
Okay.
data. Is there a way I can sort it by and just look for Barbara's stuff?
Newest?
Some layers, like you do maybe up there. Well, layers instead of like the type on the left,
Yeah.
instead of maps, just layers.
Oh, yeah, get rid of that one.
Feature layers.
Oh, yeah. That'll work, yeah. Well, at least,
I've never tried that, but. Sometimes too, if you scroll to the bottom, there's more data and you have to get the.
Oh, there, oh.
There we go,
there's
yeah.
your- Yeah, there's.
I see it, Barbara, yeah.
Now, if you click on the three dots over in the right corner, it'll let you open in a new map.
add to a new map.
Okay,
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yep, you're doing it right, Barbara.
You get your URL stuff answered?
No, we never got around to that.
Okay. Maybe I can show you tomorrow,
Yeah, we can take a look. Mhm.
because I have a number of, like, that's always been an issue. Like, it's the best way to share it, right?
I don't know
Because
why
otherwise
they would
people
not
get
have
lost
that
in
in there.
numbers.
Yeah, but I've been on support calls with them and asked, kind of like I did about the web map app icons and stuff, and the girl's like, I have no idea. We told them.
Under or
No,
over.
they really screwed that
She's
up.
like, I don't know why we name everything the same. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm very confused as to what I just created, because it was when I was first playing around with it, I didn't understand the difference between the two. But what is how you categorize it makes a whole lot of sense.
Oh, adding a little.
Yes,
Yeah.
the web A and web M
Yeah,
to the end of
That's a
it,
good
is
trick.
super helpful. Yeah, even though, it says it right there, you still can get them backwards. I don't know.
I think you get to the URL somewhere in like, not through the mapping interface, but through. the-
oh, you're trying, I know, so I can show you, okay, yeah, so. What Jeannie's asking is about how you get to the URL, which is how you can ultimately share things out.
Right.
It's from the item page.
Yep.
Usually the best thing to do this with is a web app. So if you just go into your web app,
Yep.
but this is here for everything. It's here for
It's there
data sets. It's here for
map
maps.
and everything else.
Just on the
too.
right-hand side here,
Yeah.
if you scroll down, it's right there.
Oh,
Even though you don't-
To
copy it.
All else fails, just get it there.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was gonna show you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it used to be a lot easier to find.
Yeah, you just hit the share at the top and then it'll
Uh-huh.
come out, and then I do wish it would do some auto saving. Because I'm so used to things in the cloud, just auto saving every few minutes, and then you close it and
Yeah.
it doesn't, and it's super frustrating.
So yeah, this is how you would ultimately, this is kind of the ultimate workflow is you would create your web app, you would go in and find this URL here and you can copy and paste it into an email or on your website or somewhere, and then someone can just,
Will that take them right literally?
Yep.
To the map?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the best way when you're sharing with folks that are clueless. You
exactly.
guys aren't clueless anymore.
No.
Now you're way above that.
Put
right?
in.
So this is how I share stuff. I'll put it in an email or send it to Teams or put it whatever. Of course, they have to be added, right, to the group. They have to have an ArcGIS Online.
Or it
account,
has to be public.
Or it has to be public. Yep. So they gotta be able to get to it. Otherwise, it'll be hit right up with a
Error.
So, and this is the one, this has a ton of layers in it, so it's taking forever to load, but yeah, that's ultimately, that's kind of the end game, is you can take that URL and just email it, whatever, put it in a
The
Word
data
document.
Credits also, there's a glitch when you try to edit and open it in the old map viewer, you won't show your changes. You have to open it in the map viewer. And I don't know if that's every time, but I went round and round and round, they worked with me for weeks trying to fix that, and we never could get it fixed. So, yeah,
Yeah, it,
just weird things that you find. And then David over there going, well, we don't ever use that. I'm like, ooh, you should. I mean, you should be doing data credit. At least with your initials and the date that you made it, maybe.
yeah, especially if it's your own data. Like if it's all
But like
sharing.
you said, it's really important that you give credit to where you got it from. If for no other reason than that if folks want to know how to make their own using the same type of information, you know where to start Googling.
Did you guys talk about field maps?
Not really, a little bit this morning, I at least told them it's collector two. That's about all.
One thing that I have noticed that's come up a couple times in my company is that want to take advantage of the latest Google Maps, use the latest map viewer.
Yeah.
Do not mix and match the classic map viewer
With the new
with
field
Google
maps.
maps and vice versa.
Yeah,
Because they're meant to go together. It's super easy to do the mixing and matching and just not realize you're doing it. Don't do that, because Google Maps is actually a lot better than Collector, in my opinion. It's got
Yes
really
and
a lot
no.
of stuff. I like it.
I like, my field guys like Collector because it's just Collector and it just does what they need and, you know, they don't want all of the other stuff.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, you can get rid of that other stuff if you want.
Yes,
But it's more work for you and me on the back end,
well, and it's just,
but, you know.
I think it comes back to just anything else, they just don't like change.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Yeah, they just want to go out there and get their work done and not have it
Right,
take twice as
But the
long.
problem is, this stuff is changing, like Nick said
Yeah.
earlier. Every time I go into AGO, it's different. They roll out changes, I think.
Like
I'm-
daily.
Every quarter,
Well,
It's
and
at
that's
least every
kind of why
quarter.
it's important that you embrace the changes, is because there's a reason, having worked with developers for such a long time, there's a reason why they can't just shove new stuff into old stuff. Doesn't make it less painful, but I try to not
It's called
get
job
as
security.
infuriated.
The developers just, they tell you they can't do it, so yeah.
Every single
God,
stuff I do with that stuff, I have
Yeah.
to test it because I just never know if I'm breaking something.
Right, make a copy, and then that way you can go back pretty
I
easily.
test on myself,
Yeah.
and then I have my field guys test before they go in the field, not when they're in the field.
What's that?
Unplug mine.
Oh, yes, I will, absolutely, and then I'm gonna have one of these guys help me rearrange the tables for tomorrow.
Yeah, what are we doing? What do
We're
we
gonna
want?
set them up long ways, so that we can fit more folks.
Long way, like,
Yeah, like,
oh,
you know, like
classroom
this.
style,
Yeah,
so across this way,
yeah,
that makes, if we'll have 5 more people in theory. right?
I
Well,
think 3 more is all
Yeah, just
we're gonna
3
get
more.
now.
Hey Vanessa, yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
we will get the video out. What do we do? Post it on the website?
We will post it to the YouTube channel and those that
I
attended
don't think
today
that there was any,
and
like,
paid members will have well, those that
anymore.
attended today will have access to it as soon as
I
it's
think
posted.
we're fine. We
So
still have
probably
2
within the next
spots
week.
for wiggle room, so I think we'll be all right.
That's great. Thank you so much. This has been a great training.
Won't have enough seats
Excellent.
and-
Yeah, don't hesitate to reach out.
Set up right now.
Yeah,
Shoot me an email in a week or so here. I'll make sure we get you that link to that video.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. It was great. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
You want to take it now?
All right.
Yeah, I said when you're 70, that's what you do. I do it now, when I'm not 70 or even close, so. Can I unplug your phone?
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, and your computer, Peter? Yeah. Okay, so.
This is doing the cantina, right?
Sounds like it. That's the Mexican place right here down on the.
It is, it's right, it's
Yeah,
right,
it's this
it's right
one.
on the little like,
Wherever.
square on the water.
Yeah,
This
well, I don't know
direction.
which direction, but I know how to get there, yeah.
Right over there. I'm gonna go back to the hotel and then I'm gonna walk over. Because that's my exercise for the day,
Yeah,
even though it's cold.
it is, but that's all right, walk fast.
Yeah.
That's what my sister tells me when I'm in Vegas and it's cold, she's like, well, you go faster. Exactly. Easy for you to say.
All right. I think that is a wrap.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank
That
you.
was
Yeah,
good.
thanks, Nick.